There we go, and welcome everyone. Good morning. We're absolutely delighted to have you here with us today on the first day of our second EU Academy Chaumont project. The project, just to give you a little background to the project, is co-funded by the European Union, by the Erasmus Chaumont program. It's there to, in a sense, educate students, particularly through teacher training, and to educate them about the European Union with the idea that, of course, we've seen significant upheavals in the European Union, notably also Brexit, and I think we will discuss that in some parts of the panel. And this is really to have a strong impact on the Irish public, to learn more about the European Union. And we hope that, and we're pretty sure that this event is going to contribute in this direction. It's called EU Academy, and we're delighted to have you all here today. I will just outline all of the speakers first before I then pass on to Celine to tell us a little bit more about the special issue that is part of the first panel. But just to give you a little outline, the panel is called the European Union and the Challenges of Foreign Terrorist Fighters. And we have a number of speakers. Let me just get, this is just not stopping. Okay. We have, firstly, we have Professor Anne Wijnberg from the Université Libre de Bruxelles and Dr. Céline Coq, also from the Université Libre de Bruxelles, that are presenting the special issue as a whole, the special issue of the new Journal of European Criminal Law on Foreign Terrorist Fighters, enhancing the synergies between the EU's internal and external strategies. After that, we have Professor Anne Wijnberg and Georgia Theodorakou from the University of Luxembourg on the role of Europol and Eurojust in countering the threat of FTF's an evolving mandate. This will be followed by Professor Balsamis Mitsilegas from the University of Liverpool, the criminalization of travel as a global paradigm of preventive injustice, lessons from the EU's response to foreign terrorist fighters. This will then be followed by a paper by Dr. Julia Burchett from the Université Libre de Bruxelles, Countering Extremist Ideologies. What are the synergies between the EU's internal and external action? Which will then be followed by Dr. Nyovi Vavuola from Queen Mary's University of London, Covert Surveillance of Foreign Terrorism Fighters via the Schengen Information System towards maximum operationalization of alerts and an enhanced role for Europol. We will then have Dr. Christiane Höhn from the Council of the European Union, who will speak on the strengthening cooperation with external partners looking for a common response to the phenomenon of foreign terrorist fighters, which will then finally be followed by a paper presented by my colleague, Professor Sarah Leonard from the University of South Wales and Dublin City University, and co-authored with Dr. Alex McKenzie from the University of Liverpool, and myself, Far-Right Foreign Terrorist Fighters and Ukraine, a Blind Spot for the European Union. Just to give you a brief bio note, Professor Anne Wijnberg is professor at the Université Libre de Bruxelles, former president of the Institute for European Studies at the ULB and vice rector of the ULB for External Relations and Development Cooperation. Dr. Céline Coq is a scientific collaborator also at the Université Libre de Bruxelles and currently a special assistant to the prosecutor of Avignon in France for the prevention of terrorist acts. Dr. Georgia Theodorakou is a PhD researcher at the University of Luxembourg. Professor Balsamis Mitsilegas is Professor of European and Global Law and Dean of the School of Law and Social Justice at the University of Liverpool. Dr. Julia Burchett is postdoctoral researcher at the Université Libre de Bruxelles and a research and coordinating assistant at the European Criminal Law and Academic Network, ECLAN. Dr. Nyovi Vavuola is senior lecturer in migration and security, specializing in EU immigration, criminal and privacy law at Queen Mary University of London. And Dr. Christine Höhn is the principal advisor to the EU Counterterrorism Coordinator in the Council of the European Union. She is, however, speaking here in a personal capacity. The opinions expressed here do not necessarily reflect the positions of the Council of the European Union or the European Council. And at this point, I thank you very much for being here. I will hand over to Celine to present the special issue. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here.
So I would like to thank you everyone for joining us today, and I especially want to thank Professor Kunert and Dr. Leonard for inviting us and for giving us the opportunity to present this special issue that we took time to organize and for the author to write. So we are very happy to participate in this presentation and in this panel today. So I will briefly mention how we started to focus on this, what motivated us to do this special issue, but also maybe to introduce two main aspects of the issue before leaving the floor to the main speakers on this topic. So we started discussing this project in 2021 with Anne. After the publication in 2020 of several EU policy documents in the field of counterterrorism and radicalization, including the European Commission document Counterterrorism Agenda for the EU, and also the Council of the EU conclusion on the EU external action on preventing and countering terrorism and violent extremism. The successive policy documents adopted since 2005 have clearly demonstrated the evolution of the EU approach towards the prevention and countering of terrorism. The EU has, of course, realized that preventing and countering terrorism cannot be handled a purely internal strategy, but over the years, the EU developed its external policy in this field, as well as progressively positioning itself in a more global environment. And the foreign terrorist fighters issue was a key factor in this aspect, in this evolution, especially with the departure and return of foreign terrorist fighters from and to Syria and Iraq. With more than 5,000 European citizens going to this zone, and also currently with what is going on in Ukraine and all the European going to the Ukraino-Russian conflict. So nowadays, it is quite clear that the European EU strategy spans across different forms of international relation, being EU as an actor in international fora or as a bilateral actor with third countries or other organizations. And it is this context that motivated us to engage in this topical subject of how the EU has enhanced its internal and external strategies to handle and to deal with this phenomenon of foreign terrorist fighters to protect the European security. So in 2001, we considered that we had enough perspective on this issue with more than 10 years of experience and documents developed over the years to allow us to have this scientific reflection on this phenomenon. And so we started this project not to be exhaustive, but to be able to provide with some different perspective on this issue with different angles, which are covered by the main contribution, by the sixth contribution in this issue, and was introduced by Ali Bounjoua, who is not here today, unfortunately. So it will be my pleasure to just introduce some aspect of his introduction, and that could be the main ground for the discussion afterward of the different speakers. So one of the aspects, so two aspects, will be the evolution of the growing involvement of the EU in this issue. And the second point is the absence of definition of foreign terrorist fighters and its potential confusion with foreign fighters, which will be also discussed later on by some speakers. So although the EU's handling of foreign terrorist fighter could transpire from some EU counterterrorism policies, it is in fact since the Iraqi-Syrian war that this phenomenon was explicitly addressed with, for instance, the 2014 EU counterterrorism strategy, which highlighted the importance of stemming the flow of foreign terrorist fighters, preventing radicalization, sharing more information, ensuring border control, and also, and is more importantly maybe, engaging with key actors in the region, Iraq and Syria, but also globally. So recognizing the importance of external partnership, the European External Action Service in 2016 adopted the global strategy for the EU's foreign and security policy, underlining the numerous links between foreign terrorist fighters, terrorism in Europe, global security, and the corresponding need to further interlink the internal and external dimension of the EU counterterrorism strategies. So the importance of this coherence between those two strategies and complementarity was especially more important with foreign terrorist fighters, especially because they travel. So finally, on this aspect, it is important to note that the EU policy is developing slowly, also taking into account the right-wing extremism, especially now in the current context in Ukraine. It is clear that some white supremacy and neo-Nazi belief groups are using Ukraine as a training ground to gain combat experience. So that are some aspects I wanted to highlight in this introduction. And the second aspect is also the absence of definition of the phenomenon. So it is quite interesting to see that compared to terrorism and terrorist attack, which has been expression that has been defined in the EU, but not at the international level, it is quite the opposite for foreign terrorist fighters, that because there is no definition of terrorist fighters, especially in the 2017 directive on combating terrorism, but there is one a broad one mentioned in the UN Security Council resolution of 2014. So it's quite interesting to see the difference in this. However, the 2017 directive criminalized the behavior of the foreign terrorist fighters, meaning the travel for terrorist purposes, organization or facilitation of travel for the purpose of terrorism, and receiving training. And in all that, it is also quite a point of discussion, I will say, because there is also confusion about what is a foreign terrorist fighters. What are the criteria to consider one person a foreign terrorist fighter, or potentially not confuse it with foreign fighters, which are a category of person, of individuals that are maybe more linked, not maybe, but are linked to armed conflicts. So the main difference between those two is the fact that foreign terrorist fighters are members acting for organization or groups, and not individual acting for the benefit of a state or a party, of taking part in an armed conflict. And that might be the main difference between what was going on in Syria and the people coming back in Europe, and also what is going on in Ukraine. So the main difference is whether or not there is an armed conflict and who they tend to represent. So I don't want to go into too much details. There are much more definition and development of this in the special issue that I encourage everyone to read. And without further ado, I would like to leave the floor to the person who greatly contributed to this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Céline. That's fantastic. And now I'll hand over to our first paper presentation. Anne and Georgia, the floor is yours.
Many thanks. And we decided with Professor Weinberg that it would be easier if only one of us present the paper. So I will take on the presentation.
I'm not doing anything today, you know, I'm just listening for once. Thank you so much. And thank you to Céline, thank you to Georgia. I just want to thank Professor Gaunert and Professor Leonard very, very sincerely for well, having organized this.
Thank you.
Georgia, please. Thank you, Georgia.
Many thanks for the invitation. It's really an honor for me to be among these distinguished speakers. And many thanks to Professor Wayenberg for the opportunity to draft this paper together. So today I will talk about the role of Europol and Eurojust in the fight against foreign terrorist fighters, which, as the title anticipates, is evolving. Of course, I'm not sure if this reinforcement has been accompanied by additional safeguards for the individual concerned, but we will talk about this later. So I will focus my presentation on the criminal justice response against foreign terrorist fighters. As we know, the EU has adopted a more holistic approach, including prevention of radicalization and so on, but I will focus only on the criminal justice response because the role of Europol and Eurojust is more crucial in this regard. And what do I mean when I say criminal justice response? Of course, the investigation and prosecution of crimes committed by foreign terrorist fighters, which more often they are terrorism-related crimes or international crimes. Indeed, according to various national, international reports, foreign terrorist fighters have been involved, apart from terrorism-related crimes, also have been involved in core international crimes. And before I move forward to the main presentation, I would like to make one more distinction between crimes committed in the territory of the EU. For example, foreign terrorist fighters, they come back to the EU and they might commit crimes, for example, terrorism-related crimes. And in this case, of course, member states have jurisdiction to prosecute these crimes based on the territoriality principle. But also there are cases where foreign terrorist fighters have committed crimes out of the EU, but still member states are still concerned by these crimes because either foreign terrorist fighters, they might be EU nationals or they might, and that's why member states have again jurisdiction to prosecute this crime based on the active personality principle, or they might again come back, return to the EU, and member states might again have jurisdiction to prosecute, for example, international crimes based on the universal jurisdiction principle. So I want to highlight that in both cases, either for crimes committed in the EU or out of the EU, member states could have jurisdiction to prosecute these crimes. But when they try to investigate and prosecute these crimes, they face some challenges. And here Europol and Eurojust can contribute, can help to some extent member states overcome, to some extent, of course, overcome these challenges. And the main challenges arising from the investigation and prosecution of these crimes committed by foreign terrorist fighters related to, of course, to the transnational dimension of the crimes. That's why we need the coordination is really necessary. And secondly, because due to the difficulty to render foreign terrorist fighters accountable for all the crimes committed by them, including international core crimes. And this is happening mostly because of the difficulty to collect and use evidence originating from conflict zones, the so-called battlefield evidence. And I will not go into details here because it's a very interesting but complicated topic, the use of battlefield evidence, but just to mention that most of the times this evidence is not collected by judicial law enforcement authorities, but this is collected by military services or by private persons who are not trained and who do not have the knowledge to collect properly the evidence sometimes. So the reliability of this evidence might be questioned. Or evidence might be collected by international organizations or other third countries. And that's why the access to this evidence might be more difficult than in other cases. But what is the role here of Europol in this regard? And as we know, Europol is the EU information hub, and especially in relation to foreign terrorist fighters, Europol runs 2 analysis projects, one on travelers, which is about information related to foreign terrorist fighters, and one on core international crimes. And within these 2 projects, Europol can process information which have been shared by either member states or other partners with which Europol has a cooperation agreement. And so Europol collects this information and analyze, process this information, and the operational analysis conducted by Europol analysts could identify links among cases, could unveil very useful information about the commission of the crimes, or even could generate evidence. And this is particularly important, especially in case of information coming from conflict zones, because in these cases, we will talk about information which need to be processed, which needs to be analyzed, contextualized in order to be converted to evidence. So Europol could have an added value here in the conversion of information into evidence through the Europol analysis, the deployment of forensic analysis, and so on and so forth. So the biggest added value of Europol here, I would say, that lies in the analysis of information. And of course, if I may refer to some gaps here, we could refer to the lack of cooperation between Europol and some international organizations, especially United Nations mechanism entities, which are involved in the collection of battlefield evidence. And Europol do not have if I'm not mistaken, do not have cooperation agreements with these entities, and that's why Europol databases cannot be fed by information collected by these entities. And this is one of the shortcomings related to the role of Europol. And because I'm running out of time, I would turn to Eurojust. And of course, the role of Eurojust lies mostly in the coordination of national investigations of crimes committed by foreign terrorist fighters through the coordination tools of Eurojust, coordinating meetings, the establishment, the setting up of joint investigation teams. We have seen already many cases involving foreign terrorist fighters where the Eurojust has helped national authorities coordinate to each other through the coordination tools of Eurojust and help with the investigation. And in this point, I would like to mention the recent amendment of the Eurojust regulation. And because of that, Eurojust will be even in a better place to coordinate national investigations, because now member states are obliged to share with Eurojust information about terrorism-related cases for ongoing or even concluded in cases, and even for cases which have ended up to acquittals. So now member states are obliged to share very even sensitive, quite sensitive information with Eurojust. And that's why Eurojust will be in a better place to identify links and to coordinate investigations. Of course, this could also raise questions about the necessary safeguards of the person concerned, especially when we talk about information related to acquittals, not only convictions. And but of course, we don't have the time now to discuss everything. And finally, Eurojust has also a very important role to play when we talk about battlefield evidence. And as we know, Eurojust can assist member states, national authorities in drafting and preparing mutual legal assistance requests so that national authorities can receive request information, evidence. And of course, in the case of battlefield evidence, I'm not sure if the mutual legal assistance request can be really very useful, because when we talk about conflict zones and about evidence collected by private private actors or by military services, I don't know how useful mutual legal assistance could be in this regard. But the role of Eurojust is much more important when it's about the coordination between national authorities of the member states and other actors which have already collected battlefield evidence. For example, Eurojust has established a project with the United States, which have already collected large amounts of battlefield evidence, and they have experience in analyzing this evidence. So Eurojust has established projects, has channels in order to establish channels between national authorities of the member states and authorities in the United States, in order for the member states, the national authorities of the member states, to be able to get access to access to this evidence, and most importantly, to understand, because it's not only about getting access, but also it's very important for the national authorities to understand how this evidence has been collected and how they can use this evidence, and how they can integrate this evidence into the national criminal trials, and in order to ensure the reliability and visibility of the evidence. And here the role of United States authorities is very important because of their experience in analyzing evidence. So Eurojust mostly coordinates the communication between national authorities and other partners. And finally, one last remark that I would like to raise is related to the power of the Eurojust, to the competence of Eurojust to preserve, store and analyze evidence on international crimes. And here also this amendment, even though the Eurojust regulation was amended because of the Ukrainian situation, this can also, of course, be relevant to foreign terrorist fighters, since they might commit crimes, international crimes. So this amendment could be relevant here, and but raise many questions. First of all, about the overlapping with the role of Europol, because now we are going to have two databases on information on core international crimes, one at Europol, one at Eurojust. So there should be a very good coordination between the two agencies. And then a very important point is that the regulation mentions that Eurojust can make the evidence directly available to competent authorities. And what does that mean exactly? Does the regulation intend to establish a more simplified procedure out of the mutual recognition, mutual legal assistance systems? To me, it's not very clear how this could work. And of course, it will be very useful. When we draft the article, we conduct some interviews with Eurojust, but the Eurojust regulation had just been amended, so we didn't manage to get useful information on how this could work. And just to conclude, I would like to point out that as we saw, the EU over the last years has really reinforced the powers of Eurojust and Europol in fighting foreign terrorist fighters. And however, I'm not sure if these powers have been counterbalanced with additional safeguards for the individual concerned, especially for the suspect who is going to find himself faced with evidence and information gathered by various actors, including by third countries, where the protection of human rights might be questioned. And I'm not sure how, if he's able to contradict all this information coming from all these various sources. But this raises even more questions than replies, I think. Many thanks for your time.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was wonderful. Great presentation. And I'll hand over to Balsamis. Balsamis, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you, Christian and Sarah, for the invitation to this event and for hosting the launch of this special issue, which I think is a very important special issue and raises many questions. I'm not sure how many answers we will give you today, but certainly, you know, we can discuss the big questions. And already the introduction by Selina and Georgia's presentation indicate that this is a very complex issue. And I will have to apologize because I can only stay until approximately 10 o'clock. So, you know, so I may have to leave shortly after my presentation. But for the personal presentation, I will focus mainly on the criminal law, which has been justified in the fight against foreign terrorist fighters. My paper covered both criminal law, substantive criminal law, and surveillance, the use of the fight against foreign terrorist fighters in order to justify new rules in the EU on passenger name records. But I think given the time and the focus, I will present mainly on the criminalization aspect. And I really want to make 4 points on that today, also, which may inform the discussion later on. So the first point is that the criminalization, we have seen an expansion in the field, in the realm, if you like, of criminal law, in the field of counterterrorism, and also in the context of the foreign terrorist fighters debate, which signals a broader trend in the European Union law towards preventive, preemptive, or predictive, if you like, criminal law. So, you know, and we see a shift from criminal law that focuses on addressing the commission of acts in the past. So the commission of a terrorist offense, which then is prosecuted and dealt with in the courts, to the use of criminal law to prevent, if you like, or to preempt the commission of future threats, if you like, not only future acts, but future security threats. So criminal law is used really as a tool in order to achieve security. And this is problematic in many respects, and I will come back to this later. So, you know, and we should see, I think, and I will explain specifically how the law has changed in terms of justifying the need to have more measures against foreign terrorist fighters, you know, in order to expand the realm of criminal law. Basically, what we have seen at the EU level in the latest directive of terrorism 2017 was the introduction of offenses which essentially criminalize travel, and they criminalize the assistance of travel. So, you know, and this is really quite a change because, as we will see, this does not require the commission of an actual terrorist offense. So this is the first, I think, point for us to remember, that the fight against foreign terrorist fighters is emblematic of a broader shift from repressive to preventive criminal law. And this creates many challenges, I think, for the legal systems, including challenges to not only to human rights, but also to fundamental principles of criminal law. And I will come back to that. The second point, which I think is partly also of the broader remit of the special issue, is the relationship between the European Union and other forms of global governance within the broader system of multi-level, if you like, security governance or multi-level system of governance of counterterrorism. It is very interesting to see how these norms have been introduced in the legal system of the European Union. As I mentioned, we had a directive on terrorism in 2017, which of course responded to events. As you know, we had a number of terrorist attacks in Europe before the entry into force of the directive. But we also had responses to these attacks at the global level. So, in the field of foreign terrorist fighters, the first response was by the UN Security Council, which was then followed by the amendment or the expansion, if you like, of the Council of Europe Convention on the Prevention of Terrorism. So the EU directive followed these initiatives. And if you read the preamble to the directive, you will see that the earlier global and regional initiatives are fully being acknowledged. And this raises an issue, I think, of legitimacy and of justification of standards at the EU level, because the UN Security Council is essentially an executive body with a single agenda. So, this has been written quite extensively after 9/11 in terms of the UN Security Council resolutions on restrictive measures that, as you remember, has led at the EU level to the CATI litigation. And we had a very big debate about whether the Security Council is really a legitimate source of lawmaking, because it is a body which is executive, and it is a body which is selective, and it's a body which has a single agenda. So it doesn't really meet the benchmarks, if you like, of a lawmaking body. It is very different if you have the adoption of UN convention, a multilateral convention by the UN General Assembly, and very different if you have Security Council issuing resolutions, and we can discuss what kind of legal force resolutions have, in a sense. So in this field, again, we have had very quickly the adoption of UN Security Council resolutions, which aim to create law or benchmarks, I should say, on foreign terrorist fighters, including the imposition of this preventive paradigm and calling upon states really to expand the criminal and the surveillance realm in the field, but without really an open democratic debate about the impact of this legislation. And we could discuss perhaps whether this is a form of so-called policy laundering, where standards which are developed at the UN Security Council very quickly, very swiftly, in the need to respond to an emergency, are then legitimized through regional channels in the Council of Europe, and then ultimately by the European Union. So, we have in the introduction to the EU law quite of a broad criminalization, which really has not been debated, if you like, to a great extent, and which has been kind of taken for granted in order to follow really the international developments. And I think that raises a very big question about the European Union as a global actor on security, and whether the European Union actually, as we have discussed in other fora, is a norm maker or a norm taker, and what is the influence of the European Union in the global stage, but also to what extent can the EU emerge as a global actor while respecting the constitutional requirement that we have in the treaties for the EU not only to uphold but also to promote its values when it emerges as a global actor. So, so we have really a big question about the role of the European Union in this multi-level system of security governance. And Georgia mentioned this to some extent in her presentation, specifically about the role of the EU criminal justice bodies and the relation to their international counterparts. The third point is about labeling and definitions. And I think that's a very important point, which is implicit, I think, throughout the issue. And again, it's a source of discussion. And this is a point about what do we mean by foreign terrorist fighters? And is this a term of art? Is this an everyday kind of term? are these people foreign? I mean, I find it always a very big paradox that we talk about these foreign fighters, whereas we essentially, in many, many cases, we're talking about our own citizens, and we're talking about, you know, the impact of the law in depriving rights from own nationals, in a sense, who are far from foreign. There is also an interesting temporal element, which it was this when Celine was discussing in the beginning. So when does the law intervene? You know, do we intervene before someone travels, for example, which is where the criminal law really focuses on, or do we intervene after someone returns? And return is a very interesting dimension here, whereby we're very unclear about the sources of law and, you know, what can be used, if you like, you know, throughout the process really of travel and of return. But to go to my final point, which is also at the heart of this presentation, what we have seen in the Directive on Terrorism is that we have had a very broad criminalization of travel for the purposes of committing a terrorist offense. And I want also to stress that it is not only travel, but it is also assistance to travel. So if I buy someone a ticket to fly to Istanbul, for example, you know, in theory, I may still be caught by this legislation. And I think that this is, it is important to note because we have increasingly, I mean, in English criminal law, this is called remote harm, and we have an increasing shift. So harm becomes more and more and more remote. I mean, if you read the Directive on Terrorism, the commission of an actual criminal offense, terrorist offense, is not required for the criminal law on terrorist travel, but also on other offenses such as recruitment, training, you know, apology du terrorism to come into force, and this is very problematic. So there is a very important report that I will urge you to read by the EU Fundamental Rights Agency. It's an evaluation report on the 2017 Directive on Terrorism, where the agency has interviewed a number of stakeholders, including prosecutors in a number of EU member states. And many of the national prosecutors actually point out, especially on terrorist travel, that these offenses are very problematic. They're problematic in terms of the principle of legality, because, you know, they are defined in very broad terms and very, very, very vague terms. It is very difficult to prove intent, which is a requirement of the legislation. And what I found very interesting, actually, and perhaps my colleagues from Belgium will have more to say about that, because Belgium has been one of the states that have been the laboratories for that, is that in practice, these offenses are not being used by prosecutors. The prosecutors prefer to use broader offenses of participation in a terrorist group or other more specific offenses related to specific terrorist offenses, rather than prosecute, you know, on the basis of terrorist travel, which makes me wonder, and I will finish with this thought, perhaps, about the usefulness of this legislation, in addition to the challenge that it poses to the principle of legality and to a number of fundamental rights, about whether really we're talking essentially about symbolic criminal law. Thank you for your attention, and looking forward to listening to a bit of the rest of the presentations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No, that's been fantastic. Thank you for the great presentation of this paper. And now I hand over to Julia. We're very much looking forward to your paper as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Konert and Sarah Leonard, for inviting me to take part in this panel. In terms of complementarity with the other contribution in this special issue, mine is focused on the preventive dimension and aims to shed light on the EU's responses to the appealing effects of terrorist propaganda. I would say that this dimension is not a recent addition to the EU counterterrorism efforts. It has consistently been part of the EU's holistic approach towards combating terrorism. especially from 2004, when the emphasis shifted toward the need to address the root causes of terrorism. So from this moment, we saw the emergence of new priorities focused on the need to tackle the factors conducive to radicalization, including the ideological factor. And these issues have become more prominent with the phenomenon of foreign terrorist fighters traveling to Syria and Iraq, which was partially attributed to the pull effect of terrorist propaganda, combined with the increased use of new technologies. And so the need to address the dissemination of extremist ideology is still high on the EU counterterrorism agenda. But this objective seems to have gradually acquired a very broad meaning. If the ideological dimension is becoming an increasingly important part of EU's effort to prevent terrorism, the precise scope and direction of this objective remains quite unclear, and there is still much conceptual debate on this issue. So my first step in this contribution was to provide a better understanding of this objective by looking at the very first EU policy documents mentioning the ambition to tackle terrorist propaganda. And when we look at the first programmatic instruments, so mainly strategies and action plans, we can see that the focus was mainly on religious extremism inspired by terrorist groups such as Al-Qaeda. So the very first objective promoted to prevent terrorist propaganda from attracting new recruits had a prominent religious dimension and were mainly promoted externally. And if religious extremism continues to receive priority attention, we can see a diversification in the ideologies considered to be of concern within the EU, which seem increasingly disconnected from the terrorist threats. So for instance, the existence of groups denying the existence of the COVID pandemic have recently entered the debate on violent extremism in 2021. And this trend seems to be confirmed by the Europol TSAT report for 2022, which identifies the emergence of new potential sources of violent extremism generated by the war in Ukraine. Internal discussion on the prevention of radicalization also show that the focus is gradually shifting to non-violent form of extremism, which can pose a threat to European values and no longer focus on only on violent forms of extremism. So I think this is quite revealing of the elasticity of the notion of extremism as encompassing not only behavior endorsing or advocating terrorist violence, but also behavior that contradict EU values and may threaten social cohesion. So any attempt to precisely define and delimit the scope of the EU's responses to the spread of extremist ideologies proved quite difficult. And this is not only due to the unclear meaning of the notion of extremism, but also due to the heterogeneous priorities aimed at curbing extremist propaganda. Currently, a significant part of this priority focus on finding effective ways to tackle the channels of dissemination of extremist ideology with a growing focus on the online dimension. And since recently, debates have also extended to the issue of foreign funding, fueling the development of rigorous religious doctrines within the EU, which is quite illustrative of the interconnection between the internal and external dimension. And while the ambition to address the ideological dimension of terrorism is mostly outlined in non-binding policy, EU policy documents, I think it's important to emphasize that this objective does not only have a rhetorical significance, If the EU does not have any explicit competence in this field, the fight against extremism has partially developed within the pre-existing framework of the fight against terrorism and greatly contributed to its expansion. This is quite visible when looking at the evolution, for instance, of the Europol's mandate. So since 2015, Europol's competence has been progressively extended to supporting member state efforts in preventing the dissemination of online propaganda. And in this regard, it is interesting to see that the operational support provided by Europol extends not only to terrorist content, but also to those classified as violent extremist content, even if the distinction between these two categories is not perfectly clear. So this seems quite indicative of the fact that extremism is emerging as a new, let's say, legal category capable of justifying police online surveillance measures alongside the legal category of terrorist content. And on the risk of presenting a simplified picture, it should also be emphasized that the operational support provided by the EU does not only focus on the law enforcement dimension. So as highlighted in my contribution, several EU funds have been used to support the development of strategic communications or to facilitate exchange of expertise between first-line practitioners. So this kind of soft initiatives allows for a more flexible horizontal support, taking into account also the different needs between member states. And as the ideological dimension becomes an increasingly integral aspect of the EU's effort to prevent terrorism, certain initiatives appear to enjoy more support than others. And this seems to be the case for the online dimension. So the need for a coordinated response at EU level to effectively address the spread of terrorist content online has been widely supported by the member state and EU institutions, particularly in the light of several terrorist incidents showing a link between online messages advocating the use of violence and the actual use of physical violence, not to mention the impact of COVID, which is believed to have increased exposure to extremist content online. And so this has prompted the EU to adopt a series of innovative initiatives to facilitate the detection and removal of terrorist content online, including with the involvement of the private internet sector. And so one of these initiatives is the regulation addressing the dissemination of terrorist content online, which I discussed in the second part of this contribution, and which is quite illustrative of the growing role that the EU intends to play to put pressure on digital platforms operating globally for security purposes. So the purpose of this regulation is to address the challenge of terrorist content being often disseminated to the public by hosting service providers established in third countries. And its main added values lies in the possibility of requiring hosting service providers, even those who have their establishment outside the EU, to remove or block access to flagged content within 1 hour. And so while the entry into force of this new regulation in June 2022 is still too recent to assess its implementation, many criticisms have been raised by digital rights activists and human rights organizations, most prominently for concerns relating to freedom of expression. Some human rights organizations consider in particular that the regulation does not offer a sufficient safeguard against possible abuse, a fear that is exacerbated in the context of the rule of law crisis. And as a recent development that came after the special issue was released, several digital rights organizations have recently challenged the validity of the French decree implementing this regulation before the French Conseil d'État. And among the many grievances supporting their requests, the applicants urged the French Council of State to submit a preliminary question to the CJEU concerning the compliance of the said EU regulation with the fundamental rights protected by the EU Charter. So I will leave you here, and thank you very much for your attention and your time.
Thank you. That's great. Niobe, normally that would be yours, but I noticed we're a little bit behind schedule. So I wonder if you mind if I ask Dr. Christiane Höhn to go first, because we promised her this time slot, and then I'll take you afterwards. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for coming here, Dr. Christiane Höhn. She's the principal advisor for the EU Counterterrorism Coordinator. We're delighted to have you, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. And thank you for putting this together, because I think the foreign terrorist fighters topic remains on top of all of our agendas. And it would be great if somebody could put on my PowerPoint, as we had suggested for the talk.
Thank you.
Yes, excellent. Thank you so much, Christian. And next slide, please. Yes, so here you can see the structure of the presentation. We will talk about the camps, accountability, and the international cooperation we have, which is our EU priorities topics related to foreign fighters internationally. Next slide, please. So foreign terrorist fighters have been a priority for the EU early on, and especially for the Counterterrorism Coordinator. We already were alerted to the topic in 2013, where in several member states this phenomenon took on significance, and where young people started to travel to Syria and Iraq. Already in June 2013, the coordinator had proposed a package of measures, really comprehensive, for how in the EU we could address this topic, from prevention to criminal law, border security, and cooperation with third countries. It was adopted by the ministers, and it later on became the blueprint for international action for the UN Security Council resolution on the topic, because it was really the first time that a regional organization has thought about how we could address the topic together. Even in recent years, 2022, 2020, the Foreign Affairs Council, the Ministers of Foreign Affairs, highlighted how important this topic remains for our security, and also how much the EU should work with third partners on the various topics that we will discuss in the talk and that are covered in the article. When you look at terrorist travel to Syria and Iraq, it really peaked between 2014, 2018. Now it's not really happening or significant anymore. And I would say it's for two reasons. On the one hand, the military destruction of the caliphate, which was, of course, the big motivation for many people to travel, but also a lot of measures that we have taken to curb travel to the region, so that in that sense, it has been a success. So why are we still working so much on this? It's the legacy issues. It's the foreign fighters and families that are still in the region, either at large or in camps and prisons, which we will look into more detail. And these legacy issues and the people who have already returned, this is what is significant for the EU, what is significant for the third partners, and where we are working together to address this, to avoid that there are any negative repercussions for our security. we were worried, but so far it has not materialized that foreign terrorist fighters and affiliates who are still at large in the region, that they could travel to other theaters. I mean, you know that Daesh and Al-Qaeda are very active in Africa, that ISKP, Daesh, is active in Afghanistan and the region and trying to attract people. But so far, we have not seen any major movements either from EU, from traveling from the EU to other regions, or people moving theaters from Syria and Iraq. But of course, this is something we need to watch. And also what we need to watch and avoid is a resurgence of Daesh in Syria and Iraq. If we could see the next slide, please. Yes. So now the very, very big priority issue for the EU counterterrorism coordinator, Ilka Salmi, who I work for, is in the region, the camps and the prisons that still exist in northeast Syria. One of the reasons why working on this issue is so difficult is the political situation. Of course, there's not, let's say, a government in place that we can work with, like with Iraq, for example, in northeast Syria. So what the EU is doing is really via international organizations or the anti-Daesh coalition or the UN, etc. So we have two, let's say, pieces and parts of the problem. One is the prisons. And there, as you can see on the slide, there are still around 10,000 adult males in the prisons. Most of them are Syrian and Iraqi, and they have been in the prisons already now for years. But there are also some, of course, international foreign fighters as well. And it's about the men. You need to know prisons are a sensitive issue because the way Daesh was born, so to say, was a big prison break in Iraq in the years 2000. So we know that, you know, prisons can be a breeding ground and again for resurgence of terrorist organization. And indeed, Daesh tried to attack the prisons last year. And some of the detainees also escaped and fled. That was then, you know, being handled by the local Kurdish administration, but the risk, of course, persists. The conditions in the prisons are dire. There are health issues like tuberculosis, and also one of the things that the EU has looked into more deeply, it's the issue of the youth, because there were or still are young people under the age of 18 in the prisons together with the men, and of course this is not what should happen. Now these young people are separated, and the anti-Daesh coalition and the Kurdish have put in place 1 or 2 youth rehabilitation centers where, you know, youth is, there are activities, leisure activities, rehabilitation, education, and we very much support also this youth approach. But we also feel that there should be some sort of a process to look individually at each case and then you know, allow for reintegration of these youth into their communities. And so this is really something that one would need to look into. And also young boys from the age of 12 are taken away from the camps, put in prison or youth rehabilitation. So also this, we really need a way forward for these boys. Overall, on the prisons, there have been some thoughts, but it has not yet really materialized about some sort of review process or some way of addressing the situation. Because as you will see next, we talk about the camps, but the prisons really remain still very much unaddressed. But that is an issue which is still out there. Next slide, please. Now the camps. There is the big camp in Al-Hol. You see it's still around 53,000 residents. It's already down quite a lot. and most of them, as you can see, is Iraqis, half, and then Syrians. Europeans are only still 1% of the camp population. So most member states have repatriated the women and children that wanted to return, because also for security reasons, it's a lot better to have a controlled return. But there are still in the international annex, you can see more than 8,000 people, often from other third countries, which have not yet repatriated much their nationals. There have been repatriations from the Western Balkans, from some Central Asian countries, but there's still other countries there, such as, you know, North African and Middle Eastern countries, and so on. So there can still be lots of progress in terms of repatriations from the international annex. The EU is not dealing with repatriations. That really is a national member state issues. But we have decided to provide support to the camps and to the prisons along what we call 5 lines of action. And really the most important line at the moment is to look at decongestion, meaning reducing the number of residents. And how can you do that most meaningfully, of course, is to support the government of Iraq, which has started now to repatriate the Iraqis back home. They have a transit camp. The coordinator visited with the support of the anti-Daesh coalition, Baghdad, the transit camp, and also in Al-Hol in northeast Syria. So the EU has done a study to look at, okay, this process of repatriation, getting new documents, getting people then reintegrated in the community. Where are the bottlenecks? How best can the international community support? And we really hope more support will still be coming. And then, of course, we also have humanitarian and other psychosocial support in the camps, and in reintegration into Syria, of course, important too. But there are 2, let's say, limitations. One is that the villages around the camps are also very dire situations, so you need to increase their capacity to take people in. But also some come from the regime-controlled areas where they cannot return. So Al-Hol, really a ticking time bomb for radicalization. Daesh has lots of influence. They see the children as the caps of the caliphate, the new generation. These children, lots of them have been born there. They have never seen anything else. They have received lots of indoctrination. So that's really, really an issue which will be with us in the future, but what we will really need to address. And in terms of security, I say it again, the earlier the people get out, the better it is. Next slide, please. Yes, accountability, other big topic on which the EU has worked and on which we are working with partners, because everybody who has returnees faces this issue. De facto, the prosecutions and investigations are taking place in the countries of origin, where foreign fighters and affiliates return. In the EU, we have changed our criminal justice framework to allow better to prosecute foreign fighter-related offenses and travel. But to do this and to really cover all the crimes that the people have committed in the region, we need what's called battlefield information. So, for example, if somebody has committed murders on behalf of Daesh in the region, he should not only be prosecuted for traveling, but for the attack he has committed in the field. Also, if there have been, let's say, women taking household in a Yazidi apartment or taking a Yazidi woman as slaves, those are war crimes against humanity. And these also, the international community has obligations under the Geneva Convention to prosecute those. So what Eurojust has done is really via the Genocide Network to support member states to do what we call cumulative prosecutions. So not only prosecute for terrorist-related offenses, where often the sentences had been quite short, but also use the battlefield information and prosecute also for the core international crimes, which then leads to longer sentences, which does not have a statute of limitations. And in that context, Cooperation with the US is important. They are on the ground. They have lots of battlefield information, but also with the UN structures. There is UNITED from the UN Security Council that helps Iraq to identify evidence-based cases. And they have also concluded cooperation with a number of member states, very useful. And also the IIIM mechanism for Syria, which is also, helping and building cases. So this is really something, and you can see on the website of the Eurojust Genocide Network how this has really advanced. And this is something we are working on also with third countries. Some of them have liaison officers at Eurojust, but also with capacity building. Next slide, please. And then how do we cooperate in the neighborhood? I mean, for us, the European Council heads of state were always very clear. We need to really prioritize the cooperation with the neighborhood, Western Balkans, North Africa, Middle East, and also Sahel. The framework, of course, the UN Security Council resolutions on foreign terrorist fighters, all the countries are obliged to implement them. And so what we do is capacity building. We help to have more information exchange, for example, via Interpol, very important to feed Interpol databases with foreign terrorist fighters, but also to use them at the border, help third countries to do investigations and prosecutions, because, for example, in some, they're not yet prosecuting the women, for example, but then also work a lot on rehabilitation, prevention of radicalization, reintegration on youth. So we have a number of projects in that field. So the EU really trying to share experience, build capacity, and work in partnerships with these third countries. And as they are very close to the EU, of course, they are dual nationals or people traveling. So we also have to avoid undetected entry in our borders. Last slide, please. And then multilateral engagement for the EU has always been very, very important. Of course, foreign fighters being a phenomenon that is affecting many, many countries around the globe. So within the United Nations, we have been active. We have supported creation of the legal framework, but then also projects that the UN Office of Counterterrorism or UNODC, several UN entities have with third countries to help them repatriate and reintegrate, rehabilitate, prosecute the foreign terrorist fighters. Global Coalition, I already mentioned, we visited with them. Very, very important for us to work on the issues of the camps, the prisons, the battlefield information. The Global Coalition very engaged on this too. Then the EU is co-chairing the Global Counterterrorism Forum, which includes lots of countries that have these foreign terrorist fighters issues and where these also are being addressed. And then other international organizations like the Council of Europe, like NATO, which is also working on battlefield information, criminal prosecutions. We are, as an EU, engaging, and ASEAN, then also the Asian countries, where we also have possibilities for support in the global projects. So with that, Christian, I hand back to you, and I hope you've seen a bit what the EU is doing on the topic.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That's been wonderful. Thank you so much for coming to our conference and participating in a special issue. And then I'll hand over to Njovi. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Good morning. I will share my screen as I have a few slides prepared. Should be able to see now my screen and my slides, right? Okay. So what is presented, first of all, I would like to thank for the kind invitation, both Sarah and Christian, but also I would also like to extend my thanks to Anne and Celine for co-editing this incredible special issue, which really tackles highly topical issues. So what this presentation will be, this mouthful of title indicates, is the contact of surveillance of foreign terrorist fighters via the Schengen Information System. And to those of you who are a little bit unfamiliar with with what the Schengen Information System does, it is essentially considered to be the heart of the compensatory measures for the abolition of internal border control. And currently, since 1995, when it was initially developed and established, it is the most widely used and the largest information sharing system for security and border management in Europe. It holds alerts, which are essentially sets of data with an action that must be taken by a member state, when they identify a wanted person or an object. So the Schengen Information System has been a primary way in which surveillance, and in particular secret surveillance of foreign terrorist fighters, has taken place. To illustrate how this has been conducted since 2013, the article follows two cases: the alerts on discrete and specific checks, and now the introduction also of inquiry checks, but also the introduction of information alerts in the interest of the Union. So starting with the alerts on discrete inquiry and specific checks, this has been essentially an initiative to reinforce the introduction of these alerts in the Schengen Information System by making use of the Articles 36 and 37 of the then framework decision on the operation of SIS for law enforcement purposes. So what essentially Article 36 entails is the possibility of conducting secret surveillance against individuals with the view to prosecute criminal offenses and prevent threats to public security when there is a clear indication that the person intends to commit or is committing a serious criminal offense, or after an overall assessment, there are reasons to believe that the person will commit such serious criminal offenses in the future. It is also possible for national security services to insert alerts in the SIS when there is concrete indication that the information is necessary for the prevention of threats. So essentially, these alerts have been used as a motor of inserting information about possible foreign terrorist fighters, because it is based also on suspicion rather than on individual in contact that has already taken place. And essentially, it has been the counter-terrorist coordinator already since 2013, urging the member states to make use of the possibilities offered by these alerts in order to put information in the SIS. There are a series of issues that have been encountered over the years. As you see in this slide, essentially there has been a tremendous increase over time on the number of these alerts under Article 36 from 2013 to 2021, and a corresponding also increase in the number of hits. However, what has been found through a look into the statistical data is that there has been an uneven use of the alerts at the national level, which means that a majority of these alerts have been inserted by very specific member states, in particular the UK before the Brexit, Germany and France. So there is a disparity between the users of these alerts at national level, but overall there has been a tremendous increase, which amounts to a 300% in the number of alerts in between 2013 and 2021. These alerts have raised a series of concerns for a number of reasons that the article tries to detail. To enumerate a few that are mentioned there, first of all, Article 36 involves a series of criminal offenses, but does not provide an exhaustive list as to which these are, which means that ultimately it's national law that determines which offenses could lead to the recording of such alerts. Apart from that, there is also very flexible criteria for entering these alerts. If someone has a look into the Schengen to the Sirene manual or the SIS regulations, you will see that essentially it is up to the member states to determine whether to enter these alerts without any indication as to how these criteria should be used and how the assessment of an individual's threat must take place. It is also unclear what is the difference between the two types of alerts between the national authorities when there is a clear indication and between the national security authorities when there is a concrete indication. So the wording that is used is not particularly helpful. These problematic features and some others that are mentioned in the article have actually led to concerns about the potential misuse of the SIS and the potential increasingly the potential registration of alerts which are essentially unlawful and do not fill the proportionality test that ought to be conducted prior to the introduction of an alert. If you think that this is merely a rhetoric, this is not the case because information has shown that essentially a series of alerts, for instance, that France had entered, especially in the first year, so around 2015, 2016, have actually not been on the basis of a proper proportionality assessment. The introduction of inquiry alerts in the revision of the SIS framework, and particularly in Regulation 1862 of 2018, creates further problems because what inquiry checks do is that they stand in between discrete and specific checks, whereas discrete checks entail essentially the recording of information about where and when an individual has been identified, and the specific checks may lead to detention. The inquiry checks is a little bit more problematic, a little bit in between. They are more in depth than the existing discrete check, but do not involve any search or an arrest of individual that a specific check may have. The problem that inquiry checks have is that they may entail additional actions taken by police authorities without the involvement of any judge. For instance, an additional action against a foreign terrorist fighter could be their deportation. However, this can take place without any involvement of a judicial authority. So moving now to the issue of information alerts and the role of Europol, the enhanced role of Europol in this context. Essentially, something that was mentioned earlier is that foreign terrorist fighters are not always Europeans. In fact, information from EU documents seems to indicate that only 10% of the foreign terrorist fighters are Europeans, and the vast majority is non-Europeans, which means there has been a lot of interest in acquiring information about those non-European foreign terrorist fighters, irrespective of whether they come or will come to the EU. So there has been a lot of interest in importing and integrating information on foreign terrorist fighters list from third countries or international organizations. This has been a process that has taken place incrementally, with the first step being an informal protocol of 2020, whereby essentially volunteer member states would enter alerts in the Schengen information system after a first quality check had been conducted by Europol. This created a series of lack of transparency concerns and rule of law challenges, precisely because of the lack of legal basis and the voluntary approach that the informal protocol entailed, which meant that there was needed to be a legislative intervention. So this took place last year through Regulation 1190 of 2022, with the introduction of a new category of alerts, which are called information alerts in the interest of the Union, which only involves third country nationals who are suspected are foreign terrorist fighters, based on a proposal by Europol and with the discretion for member states to enter the alert. This means that Europol, there is a whole process whereby Europol proposes an alert, conducts a first quality check, and then member states have the possibility to accept the proposal by Europol and enter the alert, but also they have reporting duties to Europol to say what they have done with the proposal by by the agency. This is a process which deviates significantly from the much far-reaching Commission proposal, according to which Europol could enter the alerts itself and mark a significant change and paradigm shift in the role of the agency, which would become then on an equal footing with the member states in terms of registering alerts. But nonetheless, still there are a series of concerns about fundamental rights compliance and operational value. The article explains quite in detail that there are doubts about the ability of Europol to conduct the checks because the proposal, the threshold for for submitting a proposal for the entry of an alert is only in respect of whether the information has been clearly obtained in obvious violation of human rights, which is admittedly and arguably a quite low threshold. At the same time, there has also been a series of concerns about the transformation of SIS into a global reporting system by in transplanting data from third countries, particularly the US. So essentially, the whole thing is that the US was trying to export their FTF list to the EU, but there was no legal basis. And there are also a series of concerns about the resources and the difficulties that member states may have in doing the checks on the Europol list at national level. This takes cue from equal concerns that have been experienced with the discrete alerts, as mentioned earlier, and the clear path dependency and clear relationship between these types of alerts. Also at the heart of challenges with regard to information alerts has to do with the reliability of data from those third countries, which under data protection rules may not have data quality standards under EU data protection law and may have been obtained in contravention of fundamental rights. As a result, there is a risk of integrating, validating, and legitimizing an approach of garbage in, garbage out, where garbage in would be the unreliable data and the garbage out would be the alert and the unlawful surveillance that derives from that alert, or a process of what is called data laundering. At the same time, there is an additional issue with the limited operational value of these alerts. And in this respect, one needs to bear in mind that these alerts are going to be valuable to the extent that an individual may try to come to the EU or is found on EU territory. However, there are other instruments which may prevent the entry of a foreign terrorist fighter in the EU. For instance, ETIAS and VIS are two systems that do a pre-vetting of visa-free or visa-requiring travelers. And in order to do this pre-vetting, information which comes from Interpol or from profiling screening rules or from other systems may equally prevent the individual and identify them as a potential threat. There is also a watch list that Europol has created, and therefore it is unclear the extent to which these alerts may actually have a value. To conclude, if I can change the slide. Yes. Overall, we see that SIS is in the spotlight as a key role mechanism to address counter-terrorist concerns, and that the objective of fighting terrorism motivates the EU legislature. This has led to far-reaching and highly intrusive rules, and the transformation of SIS as a global reporting system instead of an EU reporting system. There is potential for SIS internalizing data which are unlawfully processed to foster abuse and record unlawfully data affecting its data quality. And overall, what we see in this article as well is the need for additional statistical data on the value and the effectiveness of these alerts in order to do proper monitoring of their effectiveness. Thank you so much and look forward to your questions and comments.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Niobe. That was fantastic. And now I'll hand over to the last presentation, Professor Sarah Leonard. She's Professor of International Security at the University of South Wales and is also Jean Monnet Chair at Dublin City University. And it's a joint paper also with Dr. Alex Mackenzie from the University of Liverpool and myself. but the floor is yours, Sarah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So last presentation, so I hope you're still with me. I will try to keep it short. And just to say that our paper is a little bit different from the others because we are approaching the topic more from a political science and international relations disciplinary point of view rather than a legal one, although we do touch upon some legal questions. And the focus of our paper is on far-right foreign fighters and Ukraine. And we were asking at the time, because the paper was written a couple of months ago, whether it was a blind spot for the European Union. Because some of the main points that we wanted to make in the paper were in relation to discussions on foreign fighters and the EU more broadly. And we were observing that both the policies developed by the European Union, but also the literature on foreign fighters has really tended to focus on jihadist foreign fighters. And we can understand why, obviously, in terms of the number of people who traveled to Iraq and Syria from 2013 onwards, and also the impact that some of these people had when they returned to Europe, with some people who had traveled to that region being involved in some major terrorist attacks in Europe. But we wanted to underline the importance of also considering this phenomenon of far-right foreign fighters traveling to Ukraine. So we wanted to underline how it doesn't seem to have received so much attention. If you look at the EU official documents, and it hadn't received so much attention in the literature either. So certainly, this phenomenon has not been problematized in the same way as the issue of the foreign fighters traveling to Iraq and Syria. So if you look at EU documents, you can only find some passing brief references to this issue. So for example, the European Union Terrorism Situation and Trend Report 2022 just briefly mentions that this war, so the war of aggression of Russia on Ukraine, has already attracted several radicalized individuals from member states who have joined the fight on both sides, and that the ongoing war is likely to spark violent extremist reactions and mobilization, particularly in the online domain. And elsewhere, the report also notes that foreign fighters returning from conflict areas may engage in violence, spreading terrorist propaganda, and recruiting followers in member states, and may attempt to orchestrate attacks in the EU. And so, just really brief mentions. And if we look at the member states, you may remember that, obviously the UK is no longer a member state of the EU, but there was actually even some comments made by one of the members of the British government at the time, talking about how obviously British citizens who wanted to go and fight in Ukraine were welcome to do so. She then subsequently backtracked. But there wasn't many comments by member states either on this issue. So there wasn't really a strong condemnation of becoming a foreign fighter in Ukraine. But there was actually rather a kind of, well, you shouldn't be doing this, but there won't be any prosecution should you be doing it. So we can see that hasn't been an issue that has received so much attention politically speaking. And if you look at the literature on foreign fighters, you don't see so much attention being given to right-wing foreign fighters either, which is actually quite surprising because actually right-wing foreign fighters have been involved in various conflicts. If you go back in history, looking at the Spanish Civil War in the 30s, the Rhodesian Bush War in the 60s and 70s, or the Contra War in Nicaragua in the 1980s, but also the Balkan Wars in the 1990s. And also actually previous previous period in a conflict between Russia and Ukraine, if you go back to the 2010s. And so what we want to do in the paper, and given the small amount of time I have, I will just explain to you the kind of methodology that we followed. So using the literature on foreign fighters, and which has mainly been developed in relation to jihadist foreign fighters. We developed a kind of analytical framework to assess the threat that foreign fighters represent. And we then applied it to the specific case of the far-right foreign fighters. And so we said that in order to understand the threat, you need to understand the context of the conflict. So who is recruiting these foreign fighters and how do they participate in the conflict? So why are they going there and what do they do exactly in the conflict? So what are the specific activities in the conflict zone? What are the new skills that they are learning? And then we also consider issues around networks, ideological influence, because it could be that when they travel back to the EU, then they may be playing an important role in terms of networking and of spreading their ideas. And then we also look at the kind of wider societal consequences of having foreign fighters returning, notably in terms of actually the problems that they may be experiencing themselves, such as mental health issues, but also the threats that they may represent given the skills that they have acquired. And so we, on the basis of the information available, we make an assessment of the threat. And we conclude that it's important to recognize that the numbers that we're talking about are not as significant as the numbers of foreign fighters who traveled to the Middle East a few years ago. So if you speak, for example, to the authorities of some European countries, they would say that perhaps they know that they have 10, 15 citizens currently in Ukraine. So the numbers are not huge. And within that small number, the number of far-right extremists is obviously even smaller. So it can overall be considered to be, a limited security risk, especially if you compare it to the risk of the foreign fighters traveling to the Middle East a few years ago. But nevertheless, we're talking here about individuals having now acquired new skills, which may include combat experience, and that may then help them conduct terrorist attacks. They may have developed networks, they may have acquired weapons or ammunition, and also they may have acquired a new sense of importance. They may have increased their status and leadership in the community. The second point that we want to make in the article is that although we have to recognize this issue, it's important as well not to exaggerate the scale of the presence of far-right foreign fighters in Ukraine, notably because this could be playing into the hand of the Russian authorities and the propaganda that has described their own invasion of Ukraine as a denazification mission. And thirdly, while we fully keep this point in mind, we argue that it would nevertheless be important for the EU and its member states to give more attention to the issue of foreign fighters traveling to Ukraine, even if the number is relatively small. And that is particularly important because we see overall across Europe a rise in right-wing political violence. So there's a potential also for transnationalization. There's a certain amount of social discontent in some European states, and we see a certain mainstreaming of what were before fringe beliefs. So we argue that it is important for the European Union to adopt a more coordinated approach towards dissuading people from traveling to Ukraine, but also be more prepared for the return of those who traveled to the area. And in particular, in terms of giving them access to specialized care, because they may be experiencing post-traumatic stress disorder or other mental health issues that would put them at risk of harming themselves or harming others. And so it will be necessary, we argue, to have clear plans in place for managing the return of those foreign fighters with extremist views. So having plans that include the involvement of experts in the radicalization and disengagement. And finally, we also want to emphasize the importance for the EU and its member states to consider not only the security risk posed by their own far-right scene, but also the security risk posed by Russian far-right groups, as some of them also have ties with other extremist groups in the EU. So those were the main points we made in the papers. That was a really short presentation, but if you're interested, we obviously invite you to read the paper to have all the detail. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. So at this point, we have an opportunity for everyone to ask their questions. I've left a message in the box, so if you want to write your questions into the box, I'm happy to read them out. But if you prefer to actually speak to your question and say it yourself, please just raise your hand and I'm very happy to call on you and then you can ask your question. So who wants to start us off? Who wants to start us off with the first question? I'm sure there's many potentially interesting questions. I see Sarah has the first question for us.
Yeah, sorry, I'd never seem to have a raise your hand button somewhere, so I'm just raising my real hand. It's a question for Niovi, actually. I was wondering whether you knew what had happened in the case of one of these terrorists involved in the Paris terrorist attack, and then as he was trying to go back to Belgium, he was stopped at the border, and then there was actually an alert on him in the Schengen information system. So. And then it was still released. So is there any evidence that actually those alerts, they don't function very well? Like we talk a lot about the legislative aspects, but in practice, you know, is that working? So because I'm thinking of that specific case, I don't know if you know the specifics of that case, but what about the quality of the alerts and how they are being followed up on? That would be my question. Thank you.
Now, and I'll hand over to Ori.
Thank you, Christian. Good morning, everyone. And we have a very busy schedule today. So let's start with this great panel. The topic of the panel, addressing hybrid warfare in Europe and beyond. This is the first part. And we have very distinguished speakers today, starting from Honorable Colonel John Davis, who is the co-founder and board director of Cyber Wales. He will speak about all in the lifetime of a millennial, the juxtaposition between cyber operation and cyber warfare. We also have our colleague, Dr. Ethem Ilbiz from the University of South Wales. He's a senior research fellow at the International Center for Policing and Security at the University of South Wales. He will speak about hybrid warfare, or commercially savvy, the puzzle of China's depth strategy in foreign lands. The next three distinguished guests, all of them are from the University of Texas at Austin. They will speak about the logic of vengeance, patterns of escalation of post-Soviet target killings. The three are Dr. Kirill Avramonov, he's assistant professor at the Department of Slavic and Eurasian Studies and a fellow at the Intelligence Studies Project at the University of Texas at Austin. We have also Adam Hansel, the graduate research student at the Global Disinformation Lab at the University of Texas at Austin, and Mikhailo Simnotsky. He's a dual master student at the School of Public Affairs at Center for Russian, Eastern European, and Eurasian Studies, and also a graduate researcher at the Global Disinformation Lab at the University of Texas at Austin. We also have Ewan Grant, contributing writer at the UK Defence Forum and advisor on unconventional warfare at Eurodefence. He will speak about integrating measures against organized crime into defense and security strategies. So I will give the floor to Colonel John Davis. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ori. Much appreciated. I'm going to share my screen. Let's see if we can get that running. There we are. Is everybody seeing a slide in front of them?
We can see you. Just a small reminder, if I may, all of the speakers, please, you have 15 minutes, okay? So take your time. Thank you.
No problem. So thank you for that. So this is a presentation that I've made a number of times now across the military and also in a number of universities. And I'll explain to you how this research came about. So we were having, in a military unit that is a think tank, we were having what we call a kind of a state of the nation presentation by one of our colonels, who was coming to tell us all about how things were running and how the army was doing and how our role in the army was very important. And these are regular talks that are done around the place. The think tank unit that we were working in, our role really is to receive questions from commanders in the field. And they'll throw all sorts of questions that can be, what do we think is the other side of that mountain before I take my troops around there, right up to, where should we be positioning troops in the Arctic over the next 10 years as the ice recedes. So there's, a huge range of questions from very tactical to very strategic. And those questions will be thrown at the unit. And then the unit's responsibility is to run around and see if they can find answers as quickly as possible, run the research through the various rigorous research processes, and end up with a work product, which is a cut down 3 to 4 page report based on answering that question. So as you can imagine, one of our challenges is we don't really know what questions we're going to get. So whenever we get some senior officer visiting us to give us these State of the Nation talks, we always finish off by throwing a question at that particular officer. And the question goes along the lines of, if there was a question that we are likely to be asked at some point in the near future, what might that question be? So we're really asking them to predict the kind of question that we might get next, or some kind of question that we'll get in the future. And we asked this particular question. This was a session that was running in early last year. And we asked this question of the colonel, and he didn't bat an eyelid. His immediate answer was, the question will be, what's the biggest threat to democracy? And at that point, he kind of looked at his watch, waved, thanked everybody for his time, and off he went, and left everybody in the room really sitting there saying, really? The biggest threat to democracy? That's what you want to know? So really, we took that away, and we went to the bar after this event was running. And that's what you do. You go to the officers' mess and you go into the bar. Now, an officers' mess bar is somewhere in between this picture, which is a black and white film from years and years ago, but shows some officers in a bar, and this picture, which is a much more formal structure, where people dress up and have wine and things. So our bar is somewhere in between these two, if you can imagine that. But we're sat after this event, and we were mulling on this question that had been asked. And really, what we were mulling on was, well, does this question have any validity? Is this a reasonable question to ask? Because surely, democracy has never been stronger. If you look at the democratic indexes, this is from BTI. Pew Research Center of sitting there saying, well, clearly from 1989, that collapse of the Soviet Union, democracy has been at its peak. It's been the ruling regime type in the world. So why is this an issue? But obviously, we got a few more drinks from the bar and we carried on talking. And when you start to deep dive into some of these, particularly those post-Soviet Eurasia countries, because of course it was those dozen or so countries joining in the democratic side on the breakup of the USSR that really changed those numbers over in that previous slide, you start to see a slightly different picture, because a lot of these are struggling to raise democratic infrastructure. So we see 5 or 6 of these are defective democracies. We're seeing some highly defective democracies such as Russia. We're then seeing some into autocracies, and we're seeing some moderate autocracies right down through into hardline autocracies. And suddenly there's a realization that what we thought was happening back in 1989, 1991, resulting in all of these democratic nations. Since the 2010, 2017 era, we're starting to see a lot of sliding here, and potentially some a distinct lack of democracy. So this really did trigger it off and made us think, well, yeah, maybe democracy is not quite as robust as we thought it was. So maybe we should look into this. So the direction we took, because we're a military unit, we started to look in terms of warfare terms, and we looked at the various domains of warfare. And really what we were drawn to was this notion of warfare in the gray zone. And I particularly like this model. This is from a Royal Corps of Signals captain who produced this model in an article in the Mad Scientist, actually. And it's gone down very well. I've seen this in dozens of presentations now, which really just describes this idea of there was at one point you were either at war or you were at peace, and there was nothing in the middle. But that middle ground has spread over the years as we've been exercising power, trying to use different forms of power as forms of warfare without declaring war, but definitely not being at peace. And this is what we determine as the grey zone, clearly, which you're all familiar with, I'm sure. And you can see how that grey zone, according to Captain Crilly's diagram, is continuing to spread. And some of these powers that we talk about, these instruments of power that governments use, you can see on the right-hand side there, termed soft power. And a lot of these have always existed. Intellectual power, where clever people will rule over not so clever people. Cultural power, if your culture is much more advanced than another culture, you seem to feel the need to rule over them. And we can see this going right back into the ancient Greeks, the Sumerians, the Egyptians. Economic power, clearly, if you've got all the money, you're probably going to be calling the shots. And of course, as law and legal structures come into play, people who can play those games better will tend to win out. So some of these soft powers have always existed. Some of them have always existed, or they've existed for a long time. But modern technology has contributed to really enhancing those powers. So the use of media, we used to drop leaflets out of aeroplanes onto cities so that people will read the leaflets, and that's how we got propaganda across. Whereas now we just need to drop a tweet onto online and everyone in the world will see it. So we can see how modern technologies enhance that. And this latest one at the top here, cyber power, it's a little bit unique actually amongst these instruments of power, because cyber is a platform, it's a domain rather than a system or a weapon or whatever. And as a domain, all of these other instruments of power are exercised over the cyberspace. So using that cyber domain. So in a way, we can say that cyber power, as we think of it, actually is there as an accelerator, a force multiplier across all of those other instruments of power. So this really drew us and our thinking and our research into that cyberspace to say, well, is cyber, presenting a threat? Is that where the threat is coming from? So we did a bit of a research project, and this was a really fun one to do. A lot of this is cut down. I've got a timeline here that runs from 1986 through to 2022. We found a lot more cyber operations and cyber warfare examples than this, but this is an official level of classification. So a lot of them have been removed, and we've just gone with operations that are in the public domain. And it could be said to have all started back in 1986, actually, when an individual who was a systems administrator for the US DoD identified some spurious processing taking place on the servers, and set off on a hunt to try and find where this spurious processing was, and identified after a long and arduous hunt that there were some German students that were hacking into the DoD servers, stealing documents and selling them to the KGB. So this really, for us, was this idea of it's spying, it's intelligence. Remember, this is 1986. The Cold War had been running for years. We were quite used to spying on each other, but typically it was people running around with small cameras and then trying to smuggle the film out. But the internet, which obviously is around about this same time, 1986, we're seeing network computers, we're seeing the Morris worm, we're seeing a whole load of technology, which eventually by 1989 turned into the internet, which was made public in early 1990s. So this really was the beginning of when that domain, that additional domain where we could operate, was being capitalized on very early on to steal secrets, instead of having to send spies in with those funny little cameras. But this is really where cyber was born, and there's a lot of people that still believe that cyber is just the old intelligence game, old wine in a new bottle, so to speak. But if we just look at that Cold War, this is a very famous map. I'm sure all of you have seen this, that shows that 1,000-kilometer buffer between the USSR and NATO. And the touch points for NATO were really up in Norway, and the UK had permanent bases up there for our commandos. That gap between East Germany and West Germany and Czechoslovakia, that was our British Army on the Rhine, it was called. That's our BRIXMIS, British Mission to Germany. And of course, down at the bottom end there, Turkey, a little bit unpredictable sometimes. So really, we had a strategic base, still do, in Cyprus to leap into action, depending on anything that's going on down in the south. This is a better picture. Going back to this map, this is a fuller picture of the things that we were researching. So this shows you the research that we did in a much broader terms, and the level and depth of the information that we got to. And really, what's interesting on here is how we group these. These initial ones that we've just said, back in those Cold War and early days, it was all about intelligence operations. How do we steal information? How do we gather intelligence? That gave way in 2007, where people started playing around with blowing up power stations, and Project Aurora in the deserts in America, where they successfully used lines of code to break up and effectively blow up a power generator. And that really kicks into operations using those very same techniques. So shockingly, as soon as you experiment with it, word gets out, and we see operations like Stuxnet on the Iranian nuclear refinery, and we're seeing Black Energy and other bots hitting power stations in these hybrid warfare activities in Georgia and the Ukraine. So you can see how these pan out. They kind of emerge in either a military context like cyber warfare, and then are carried forward into civilian operations, or the other way around. We're also seeing political activity. So we're seeing specific attacks on the democratic process, where elections are being spoiled, elections are being interfered with, UK elections, French elections, etc. We're seeing arms races where people are stealing each other's cyber weapons and using them. We saw the first weapon of mass destruction in cyber in 2017 with the NotPetya virus, and we've seen some really innovative stuff emerging since 2022. So this gives you a sense of the research and the depth and what we were really looking for. And what it led us to was a better understanding of, 20 years on, what does that map look like? And we can see here that that gap, that 1,000-kilometer buffer, has pretty much disappeared. And we saw incidents in Estonia, where we saw hacking between Russia and Estonia in 2007, Georgia, obviously, in 2008, Crimea in 2014, Belarus signed an agreement to prevent any action in 2022. And obviously, we're all familiar with the activities in the Ukraine right now. So we can see that it's all in this gap where there used to be a buffer and there isn't one anymore. And of course, Finland joining has just exacerbated that. So we can see some of the drivers behind that. But what I'm more interested in is just exploring, if that's what the picture looks like, where does democracy, going back to that original question, is all of this blue stuff democratic? Is it democracy that's holding back the tide, or are there other things going on in here? So if we ignore the buffer countries for a second, we are seeing populist right-wing party in power in Poland. We're seeing the same thing, a far right-wing power in Turkey, and Greece has also now got neo-fascism as part of its political process. We're seeing the same in Hungary, and this same picture, Austria. We've got neo-Nazi parties running Austria, and we're seeing some near misses as well. So as well as these autocratic governments that have kind of crept into this to this space in Europe, in this NATO space. We're also seeing Italy, which really has got popularism. The phrase popularism without ideology has come about, and that's really even more worrying, because we don't know what's going to step in and fill that gap. And in Spain, we're seeing the center left and center right parties being squeezed by far left and far right, which are gaining power day in, day out. And we see the same thing. We had a near miss. Marine Le Pen came within 2% of beating Macron in France. And Marine Le Pen is that her constitution literally said she was going to pull France out of the relationships with Germany, out of NATO, pulling out, of a whole load of collaboration. In the UK, we had another near miss ourselves. Jeremy Corbyn, anti-NATO, was talking about disarmament if he'd have got in, and was not far off getting into power. And of course, in the US, we saw some upsets where Freedom House dropped the US out of democratic status into autocratic status during Donald Trump's reign. So what we're seeing here really is the answer to this question, which turned out to be not such a stupid question by the Colonel. What is the biggest threat to democracy? And really, when we investigated it on this research, which took about 9 months, and as you can see where the research went, we came up with the answer that the biggest threat to democracy is probably the gray zone. That activity, those instruments of power in action, are really denting democracy. And that is the challenge, I think, for us at the moment. There's another research going on at the moment, which is expanding that specifically into NATO, to understand whether there's any kind of fracking, which is that mining where they push water under pressure into cracks in the rock's infrastructure and break rocks up. If you imagine that same effect taking place in democratic nations and the nations of NATO, that might prompt nations to leave NATO, which could result, just like fracking, in the ultimate breakup of NATO itself. So there's another research project undergoing at the moment in that space. So I just wanted to share with you some details about that research. And it's all in the lifetime of a millennial, because it all began in 1986, which is when that generation called the millennials were born. So I'll stop there, because I think that's probably my 15 minutes up, and pass on to the next speaker. But thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Colonel John Davis. It was fascinating, and I'm sure that the audience will have questions for your great presentation. Thank you again so much. I will give the floor right now to my friend Ethem, Dr. Ethem Ilbiz from University of South Wales. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Ori. Just a minute, I need to share my screen. If I could just a little bit. Do you see my screen well?
Yeah, we see you great.
Okay, then. Without further ado, I think I should start first. This presentation is about hybrid warfare and Chinese commercialist savvy endeavors, which is definitely sometimes called as debt trap diplomacy. So, as John previously mentioned, there are the devastating effects of traditional wars for both winners and losers, inspired a shift in our perception about the warfare, which is generally defined in the gray zone or in gray area. This modern warfare introduces us a new level of complexity characterized by blurred boundaries, increased ambiguity, and many intricacies. This contemporary approach is generally referred as hybrid warfare, including a wide range of security challenges. It involves tactics like critical cyber attacks on critical infrastructure, weaponization of migrants, election interferences, disinformation campaigns, or spread of fake news. Countries like China and Russia frequently recognized as the pioneers of employing hybrid warfare, but that doesn't mean that these are the only two countries. Also, Western countries are relying on hybrid warfare. The difference of China is it is often seen as a more discreet, relying on low profile and rather than an explicit disruption or an aggression compared to the Russia. Among these hybrid warfare strategies, depth trap diplomacy stands out a little bit controversial. It involves creating a long-term economic dependence on a specific country, and it severely limits its sovereignty, decision-making process, and causing a long-term social and economic impacts. Of course, Chinese authorities generally deny any hidden motives, and they insist that these takeovers are standard commercial practices. But recent takeovers by China on critical infrastructure in the developing countries due to unpaid loans have raised some questions about China's intentions, and it raised some speculations about whether it's an intentionally engaging in a depth trap diplomacy or as part of their hybrid warfare strategy. In the literature, there are different opinions about Chinese depth trap diplomacy. Some studies argue that China is imposing demanding terms for debtor countries and trying to take control of their strategic assets. On the other hand, some other studies says that we don't need to worry about Chinese lending practices because they are frequently exaggerated. But despite these arguments, we still have some uncertainty whether this strategy should be classified as a hybrid warfare strategy or simply viewed as a commercially savvy effort belong to China. So based on this knowledge gap in the literature, this paper aims to answer the question of whether the Chinese controversial lending schemes can be classified as a hybrid warfare strategy. In terms of methodology, the data used in this paper was extracted from a comprehensive analysis of 100 contracts between Chinese state-owned entities and government borrowers in 24 countries across Africa, Asia, Eastern Europe, Latin America. This dataset is belong to 8 data, and the database interpreted unstructurally through the lenses of 3 hybrid warfare variables, namely non-kinetic tactics, ambiguity and deniability, and long-term objectives. Before going into the details of these variables, I just want to mention a few words about the hybrid warfare. Since late 1990s, there is no consensus about the definition of hybrid warfare, but in basic terms, it involves combining traditional military tactics with non-military strategies to achieve political goals in target countries without engaging a full scale of conventional war. Chinese military strategies, they have similar perspective with their Western counterparts, and they openly acknowledge their understanding the hybrid warfare. In this context, one of the study called Unrestricted Warfare, coined by Chinese military strategies, generally associated with Chinese hybrid warfare strategy. According to authors, safeguarding Chinese national security requires more than traditional military means. New forms of warfare exploiting non-traditional methods are essential for the success of China. They have categorized several factors for unrestricted warfare, but I'm not going to go into details of these factors because of the time limitations. Even these unrestricted warfare was developed by Chinese analysts, and there are some indicators that China is using these factors as part of its foreign policy tool. It doesn't necessarily mean that this is officially accepted by Chinese government. So when we look at the non-kinetic tactics, these methods, they don't rely on traditional weapons or physical force. In debt trap diplomacy, it could be categorized as a non-kinetic tactic, where a creditor extends substantial loans to the developing countries for infrastructure projects, and they know that the debtor nations may struggle to repay. At the end of this process, the creditor country, like China, able to access to this the critical infrastructure, and they control the critical infrastructure. If I have to give an example, there is a very popular example from Sri Lanka. They borrowed over $1 billion from China to build a port, but they couldn't repay. And this led to China gaining the control of the port for 90 years. Djibouti is also another example. They heavily borrowed from China for infrastructure projects, and they are having a trouble to repay. Unlike the kinetic interventions such Russia's invasion on Ukraine, Chinese economic coercion helps their achieving their some political goals without using any military force and deflecting the negative impacts of direct military intervention. And China, with this way, builds an economic and political ties with these countries and implicitly influential on their policies. Another interesting thing about these strategies, borrowing governments face local anger for this step, but not China. Protests in Sri Lanka, Zambia, and Pakistan are a few examples. And in these protests, people blame their governments for mortgaging sovereignty to China. If China used kinetic power like Taiwan, like invading Taiwan, it would trigger a severe reaction from Western countries, viewing it as a threat to international order and leading to sanctions or perhaps a military response. That's why this tactic lets China to seize critical infrastructure without direct confrontation. China's loan agreements also include some cross-default clauses, which allow China to contract suspension or ask immediate repayment from the borrower. In case of default, also China warns these countries terminating the diplomatic relations and simply putting them in a rival status. And these kind of threat mechanisms unfortunately put political pressure on debtors and providing a leverage for China to control the loan terms and borrower. Another factor that we are going to be looking at is the ambiguity and deniability. Ambiguity involves intentionally creating some uncertainty or confusion in an adversary by hiding the true intention or origin of an action, and it makes challenging for the target country to respond effectively. Deniability, on the other hand, its ability to plausibly deny involvement in an action, despite sometimes evidence suggests the otherwise, and enabling an actor to achieve strategic objectives without direct confrontation. In the context of debt trap diplomacy, ambiguity allows the lender to gain access to critical infrastructure without fear of reprisal. They generally portray the debtor countries as corrupted and unable to fulfill their trade commitments, and lender undermines their legitimacy by framing their actions as protecting the financial investments of China rather than interfering with another country's sovereignty. In the context of deniability in hybrid warfare, they generally often use proxy actors for covert operations. In debt trap diplomacy, private sector companies can serve as proxy actors, and the lender can claim that loans come from a private entity rather than a state. This creates an ambiguity whether the private companies act independently or on behalf of China, and it enables China to deny direct potential interference. These contracts also contain some unusual clauses for debtor countries, such as confidentiality clauses preventing disclosure of contract terms or for other creditors or public. This lack of transparency unfortunately hinders borrowing countries from negotiating better credit terms with other creditors. In addition to the cross-default clauses, China also imposes its domestic law and dispute resolution mechanism on debtor countries. And the impartiality of Chinese arbitration methods is unfortunately questionable and raising concerns about biased decision in favor of China. China also used development bank while giving these loans, which is not subject to international monitoring. And Chinese authorities generally argue that development bank is a commercial entity, not a state institution. And these in these transactions, Chinese banks use some escrows or special accounts, and often in non-dollar or non-euro currencies to hinder the traceability. So these kind of contracts or hidden accounts make it challenging to monitor the accuracy of the debt sustainability. And the final variable is the long-term objectives. It's another crucial role. It plays a crucial role in the hybrid warfare strategy and aims to destabilize the rival state or expanding influence on them. Debt trap diplomacy serves as a powerful tool to influence the other countries without provoking any military response from rivals or attracting international condemnation. Through gaining the control of critical infrastructure like ports, power plants, transportation networks, China pursues its long-term goal in foreign lands. For instance, Chinese 99-year control of Hambantota port is a significant development in the Indian Ocean's geostrategic landscape. China put a foothold to achieve long-term objectives in Indian Ocean, such as securing the trade routes, expanding military influence, and safeguarding strategic interests. These accusations also raise concerns among the neighboring countries, like especially in India. They are suspicious about Chinese growing influence and potential security in the region, because this port is very close to the India's southern coast. And if China, in the long run, uses this port for military purposes, it could endanger India's security and regional stability. Therefore, India is now strengthening its naval presence in the region to counterbalance the Chinese increasing power. So, long story short, Russian annexation of Crimea showed us that capturing a crucial port through a war have negative consequences, including international isolation, sanctions, and military confrontations. But when a strategic port is seized based on a default debt, as China did in Sri Lanka, the creditor country can avoid such challenges and negative consequences. Unfortunately, Chinese controversial contracts remain mystery for us. That's why we are still having a problem whether it could be interpreted as an exaggerated approach or well-designed, low-cost or high-yield strategy by Chinese strategists. But there are also questions of intentions of Chinese government, as seen in the past actions. For instance, they bought an incomplete hull from Ukraine in 1998 to build a floating hotel and casino, and upgrading it as an operational aircraft carrier is one of the great examples that we should take into consideration. This suspicion also comes from authoritarian nature of the China, because they employ vague methods to address domestic and international political issues. There are some strong indicators that debt trap strategy might be a part of the hybrid warfare strategy, but we still have robust empirical evidence to determine this. So what the Western countries should do in order to respond to Chinese influence? I think everybody's agree on that. Providing better loan conditions for developing countries compared to Chinese offers may not only prevent these countries to fall into Chinese hands, but also eliminate the discussions surrounding the debt trap diplomacy and hybrid warfare. So this is the end of my presentation, and happy to answer your questions later on.
Thank you so much, Eytan, for this great presentation. We'll quick move forward to our next guest. We have a great presentation from Dr. Kirill Avramov, Adam Hansel, and Mikhailo Simonyovsky. The floor is yours. You have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, now we have a sound. Thank you very much, Ore. A very good morning from early morning Austin, the world capital of live music, Longhorns, and allergies. We are here at LBJ School of Public Affairs. And for us, the day just begins, but it begins well. The reason being is that we're thrilled, me and my team, Adam Hansel, Mikhailo Simonovsky as my graduate research assistants, to present a bit of experimental work that we've been devoting a lot of time and attention, which we believe fits straight into the framework of today's conference. And I'm so grateful to Colonel Davis, because basically he made the introduction for us. We also share the idea that gray zone actually is one of the least understood and most dangerous phenomena that needs specific attention. And our interest is what we call here in the United States, what we refer to as covert action. We're looking at the non-kinetic and kinetic sides. And today, within the framework of this hybrid warfare or unrestricted warfare, as the previous speakers were talking about. So what today we would like to present is a little bit of modeling and go beyond the purely descriptive approach to phenomenon, which has its clear manifestation. And our presentation is called The Logic of Vengeance, where we and my colleagues will talk about patterns of escalation of the post-Soviet targeted killings. Next slide, please. So today we'll try to argue several things and present to you an original own model and two models. Thank you. Two models, which we're testing, and we're testing in quantifiable way. That for one. Having in mind the difficulties when we deal with incomplete information, but also we think that this type of model actually will advance some instrumentation with the help of AI and neural networks to try to actually go beyond the speculation and try to outline certain patterns of behavior. So what are we talking today? Today, we're talking about the resurgence of the targeted killings or state-sponsored assassination after year 2000, specifically 2006 onwards. And we're asking the question, what drives Russia as an authoritarian regime to engage in highly controversial and potentially risky practices of political assassinations? We all agree that those happen. We know how hard attribution is and what painstaking process, especially for units like I'm assuming Colonel Davis is, to reconstruct and give an answer. And our tentative hypothesis or answer to this is that in the Russian case, these covert operations actually are calculated against perceived existential threats to regime security. And it might seem a little bit basic, but we'll explain, because we claim that unlike a lot of the descriptive work that has been done, and wonderful work, not only by academia, but also as outfits such as Bellingcat, and other friends, that look for the underlying processes within this murky area. So we claim that there is a method to the madness. And that's quite of a statement. So we need to prove that. And our second research question is, when we go one level deeper and specific, is do those targets that we think are victims of state-sponsored assassinations or targeted killings. And of course, we work with a database, own code book that my colleagues will talk about. So do targets share specific patterns of escalation? And here is, we believe, a great novelty that we are presenting to our colleagues. And it's open to scrutiny. We think that based on the target's affiliations, public and organizational prominence, location, they could be first grouped into classes, which we do in our study. And these classes actually traverse what we'll introduce a model of ladder of escalation according to their shared characteristics. Now comes the fun part, and I will pass the floor to Adam Hansel.
Yes, thank you. So as Dr. Abramoff mentioned, basically we're proposing two different models. One of them is a general model. It's this figure you see on the right is a visual description of it. But the general model kind of outlines really what we're seeing as the big picture of Russian covert action against dissidents. And what's useful about the general model is that it'll kind of show if we have an introduction of new escalation aggravation acts, as we're calling them, or new rungs or new ways to go after dissidents. If we see something get introduced, like the use of AI, for instance, we might actually be able to get ahead of these larger shifts that happen. The other thing is the general model is also a really useful heuristic for understanding where someone might be on the ladder in general, where we haven't yet identified what class they fit into, because as we'll bring up, the classes are not exactly mutually exclusive. And so just starting from the general model, really, we identify that there is kind of a organization to how the regime targets opponents based on risk. So what is risk? It's the spread of conflict, right? So if you're thinking of, for instance, targeting Chechens, if you target the wrong groups or the wrong tribes, depending on how well you know, it's not really important the background of the Chechens, but you might accidentally bring a recourse against you from affiliated political parties in Chechnya, or for instance, political dissidents. You might actually get protests and things like that, you know, political movements that are, so that'd be the risk of the spread of conflict. There's also traditional sunken costs, so economic, manpower, things of that nature. And then with those traditional sunken costs, there's also the possibility of deadlocking operational flexibility. I think those are relatively straightforward. But also the general model in what we highlight as the organization of these rungs is that so when we think about risks, that's from the regime's perspective, but whenever we're thinking about it from the target's perspective, it would be distance to the regime. So in the lower rungs in information warfare, the ones with less risk from the regime, the targets are also further away from actually having a very impactful undermining to the regime's security in a lot of ways. So that's kind of the idea of the general model and the heuristic, and it'll help us, but it's kind of the way we think about how we're going to then define how the classes actually traverse this ladder differently. With that, there are a few caveats, especially with the general model. So the main one, obviously, is that these acts are not mutually exclusive. Often operations are bundled. So specifically, when we look at the 2016 Yarovaya laws, those are not just laws that are enacted, but they're laws that are also then put into state media to label someone as, you know, radical extremists in a way. So there is a bundling, but the purpose of the heuristic really is kind of showing where the focus is from the regime towards targets. So for instance, and we kind of call this an oscillation, and you can kind of think of it as like a stock trend where, for instance, if someone is primarily targeted through information warfare, on the left, you see the stagnation of the line at the red line in the bottom green area. The green is information warfare. We then represent that stagnation or that focus really on what the regime's tactics are in these individual models. And then Misha, if you want to start with the actual classes that we identified.
Yes, so we've identified 4 classes. Let's start with foreign military, and we define that broadly to include domestic insurgents, which are labeled terrorists in Russia, the Chechens, for instance, Ukrainian secret services operators, which are enemies in Ukraine, beginning in 2014. So just to give some background on that group, foreign military subjects present a direct and clear threat to the regime and national security. So that's the only place where the regime interests and national interests intersect. They're well-known and defined threat legally and institutionally. They are not part of the kleptocratic regime, and they challenge it directly. There is no need to enhance information warfare to kind of portray them as enemies, because they're already pretty clearly defined at that point. That's why they move fast up on our escalation ladder, and the state tends to deal with them through targeted assassination. That's usually the first step. Legal means can justify that targeted assassination, and usually it can be done in the open, and the state might not have a lot of kind of covert agenda behind it. So for instance, with Shamil Basayev on the left, Russian state, Nikolai Patrushev and Putin were not very secretive that they were behind killing him, even though it was not officially kind of stated at the time. Then with Zelimkhan Yandarbiyev in the middle, he was murdered in Qatar in 2004 in a pretty vivid operation by GRU, car bombing, yes. And of course they didn't take credit for that, but they were kind of, there was institutional pride taken in that. And then that also in that group, it advances Russian foreign policy interests, specifically in regards with Ukraine. There were numerous cases of Ukrainian security services officers murdered beginning in 2014 onwards. For example, Alexander Karaberush in Mariupol. Next slide, please. So then the next category we looked at were political dissidents. Those presented a more long-term threat to the regime, so-called Hydra problem, because they can just kind of substitute one another. There's just a plethora of political dissidents. Of course, all of them are varying for influence, with influence, but the regime approaches them from a perspective of silencing, so that people in Russia and outside of Russia don't recognize them, but it tends to fire back outside of Russia, and in the West especially, people do recognize them. I'm sure you do recognize the people on the bottom, Boris Nemtsov and Alexei Navalny. But inside Russia, information warfare, as you can see on the graph in the green, that's primarily the ways that Russian state deals with them. There's also economic harassment, cutting off Western funding, especially in recent years through foreign agent laws, unwanted organization status, and that's how they cut off connection to the West. Movement along the escalation ladder tends to be slower and more methodical. They go through each rung and stay longer in the information space. And then if they start presenting a more clear threat to the regime, that's when they are moved up in the ladder, and sometimes even to targeted assassination. Then with economic dissidents, that's a separate class. In some cases, they also overlap with political dissidents. For example, both gentlemen you see on the bottom, Boris Berezovsky and Mikhail Khodorkovsky, are or some were political dissidents and economic dissidents, but because of their economic power, that gave them the means to be political dissidents also. And we argue that economic dissidents are probably the most interesting class that we've looked at, because they are a direct threat to Putin's regime, his plutocracy, and they basically economic power could be converted into political power, so that makes them go up in the ladder much more quickly. It doesn't mean necessarily that they have to be dealt through targeted assassination, but sometimes it does come to that, as in the case of Berezovsky, when they resist and cannot be dealt with means before that. Another class we looked at were intellectual dissidents. Those are so-called information arms dealers, especially early on in the regime when there was some sort of semblance of freedom of the press. Those are, we deemed peripheral threats, which could be dealt with through political economic recourse or legal recourse in most cases, and could just be kind of shoved away. But in some cases, as in Anna Politkovskaya, for example, you can see on bottom left, that doesn't always work because, again, they're very insistent on being there, for example, covering the war in Chechnya, covering Russia's response to terrorist activities in Beslan. And then Denis Voronenkov, you can see also on the bottom right, he was an ex-Russian parliamentary who fled to Ukraine and started exposing the regime. And of course, he didn't have political ambitions at that point, but his traitor behavior hit the nerve for the Kremlin, and he was immediately escalated to targeted assassination and murdered within 6 months of his stay in Ukraine.
Before you continue, Misha, I just wanted to make sure before I pass the conclusion to Adam, is just to clarify that we are talking or we're building the models and our conclusions based on more than 2.5 years research in a database which contains well over 100 cases with multiple data points. And I would ask also Adam, before going on, to just one more time clarify bundling, you know, when he was talking about previously.
Yeah.
So you'll get a clearer picture.
Yeah, just to hit on unbundling, all dissidents go through all phases of the ladder. It just sometimes you do not always start at information warfare because, as Misha pointed out, with the Chechen cases specifically, you are a national security threat and you can be targeted through legal means primarily that then include the information warfare behind it. So describing why they're national security threats. So all the rungs are hit, and that's kind of the oscillation or that kind of stock ticker in a lot of ways. But it's not it's not a specifically sequential process. You don't always start at information warfare and then have to be dealt with through the next political economic recourse kind of rung that we've identified.
Thank you, Adam.
And in just covering our conclusions briefly, basically what we kind of show in the general model, or when you take all of those smaller individual models together, is that there is a vengeance logic. So escalations are a retaliatory pattern. And that retaliation is because the regime really sees its status as a zero-sum game. So economic dissidents basically take wealth from the plutocracy, as we've identified. Intellectual dissidents, normally we see their information kind of feeding political regimes, but also they worsen Russia's image globally in a lot of instances. That's why they may be targeted even if they don't have a foothold in domestic politics or in domestic inside of Russia.
So basically they subtract, you know, from
right. Yeah, all of our dissident groups have to deal with that kind of zero-sum mentality. So that's the retaliation, is whenever power is taken away. Secondly, as we kind of show the ladder of escalation that we've identified, we can group those based on kind of arenas, right? So that gray zone warfare all the way up until kinetic action. And then I think the biggest conclusion that we really want to point out is that the ultimate goal of targeting these people is elimination. But what happens is the regime is unwilling to give any sort of concessions. So what happens is, while you would normally be able to have someone de-escalate the conflict, for instance, it just never happens because the regime is not willing to give those concessions. They're not willing to let Navalny have a political party, right, in a lot of ways. So we're saying that the goal is elimination, but what happens is you can never get off the train once you get on. And so we're saying that'll always end in some form of elimination, be it basically arresting and imprisonment or, you know, targeted assassinations. And then really what we want to do moving forward with these two models, so the general model and then the breakdown for the classes, is we can quantify them. Like Dr. Avramov mentioned, we have over 100 cases, and we have evidence for those cases, along with analysis of competing hypotheses for attribution. And so what we want to do is we want to put this model into motion to identify risks globally. So for instance, with the invasion of Ukraine, we want to identify, for instance, Ukrainian intelligence officers that might be put into information warfare, or they might be part of a bundling, and we can actually jump in front of that and identify those risks and potentially protect, at least in our instance, U.S. national security, but really Five Eyes security going forward. And that includes kind of the security of dissidents abroad.
Hopefully an early warning system. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And we do apologize to everyone for taking more time. Thank you for your attention, and we'll gladly take any questions that you might have. Thank you, Ori.
Thank you so much, all of you, for this great presentation. And I will give the floor right now to Uren Grath, who will speak about integrating measures against organized crime into defense and security strategies. The floor is yours. Can you hear us, Ilan? You're muted. We can't hear you. You're muted.
Mute. Yeah, I'm
right now.
finally unmuted. Yeah. As I am only talking around presentations I have made and the documents there, which are mainly Word documents available online, I'm not really a PowerPoint person, and the PowerPoints I've done tend to be too crowded or too thin. I find it difficult to get a balance. I'm more than happy to cut off after 10 minutes to allow more questions for everyone, including my own presentation. The documents in question, I'm happy to provide them to anyone who gets in touch with me. You can find me via LinkedIn, and I'll leave my details in the chat. Particularly a article I wrote for the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Center, which was published under Will Neal's authorship, which fully acknowledges my role. November or December 2020, OCCRP, Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Center, on massive VAT cross-border fraud. But the real message in that was to highlight EU efforts to coordinate investigation of financial crimes, but it was also a warning about the severe risks and limitations likely for such investigations in a pan-EU and wider context. So that most certainly includes cooperation with the Five Eyes countries, particularly the major financial nations of the US and the UK. That was followed up by presentations at the Cambridge International Economic Crime Symposium, where I spoke in 2021 and 2022, particularly my papers presented in 2021. The warnings I gave in that were raised by one of the organizations I referred to a week later. That is the EPPO, an acronym to note, European Public Prosecutor's Office, which is now operational, having been established in 2020, went operational in 2022. An awful lot of challenges for that organization. It's a very difficult task they have. There will be problems. There will be teething problems. That is inevitable. But the real one was to flag up a huge opportunity and huge risks from the 2024 creation of EU AMLA, the EU Anti-Money Laundering Agency, which is due to begin operations as opposed to creation in 2026. Both of those deadlines are going to be demanding. I would urge everyone to follow on LinkedIn through financial crime and so-called anti-money laundering commentators. That's a critique of the term anti-money laundering. It's not of the commentators, including in the last few days on the EU Anti-Money Laundering Agency. I would particularly urge people to look at comments made only yesterday or today by Stephen, Stephen Ray. That's R-A-E. It's not the well-known Irish actor. It is Stephen Ray, R-A-E, who flags up some real concerns, which were the concerns I raised in the article in 2020, so 3 years ago now. The unspoken concerns, which Will, Neil, and I discussed, but I felt it wasn't really appropriate to put in the document at that time, was the huge risk of cyber attacks, data leaks, and frankly, hostile state human penetration of EPPO, or particularly AMLA. And in this context, I would refer you to the criminal trial ongoing. It started this week in Germany, of a member of the German Foreign Intelligence Service accused of leaking crucial material to Russia. Next year, wait for the fireworks, and I would urge everybody to keep a watch on the UK case, not the German case, which is still ongoing, in relation to the Wirecard financial scandal. This is really like something out of a Frederick Forsyth novel. Limits in what can be said, because there are upcoming criminal proceedings in an English court. Expect that to go to trial in the spring of 2024. You will be utterly staggered. The main theme of my messaging in recent months, and which I'm going to continue in 2024 independently and for the United Kingdom Defence Forum and Eurodefence, is that there are major weaknesses in conventional law enforcement's awareness of hybrid warfare and how it impacts on conventional criminal intelligence and criminal investigation, and vice versa. And I'm not hung up about definitions of hybrid warfare. You will note that in the blurb for my presentation, organized crime was put in quotation marks, inverted commas. I believe the term organized crime is too vague and too lazy, frankly, and certainly outdated. It does not explain that there are multiple layers of transnational organized criminality, some suitable for law enforcement prosecution, some suitable for law enforcement prevention, an awful lot of others which are not, and frankly are economic, social. John's comments particularly on cyber and threats to democracy, information warfare, our colleagues from Texas on Russian assassinations and threats, and the networks that exist to enable those to be carried out. And of course, all those relate to China, as we have just heard. The fentanyl situation in the US, which of course involves trade via Mexico, not directly into the US, is not a law enforcement problem. This is a political problem, and it is therefore entirely unsurprising that Antony Blinken, the US Secretary of State, raised it in his visit to Beijing some months ago, clearly as the precursor, if you pardon the pun, for the Xi-Biden agreement on this in San Francisco a few weeks ago. Let us see what happens there, and let us see if that leads to other measures to stop or indeed facilitate illicit trade to Europe, patch up relations with the US, but target Europe. I would also add, as I hinted earlier on, that the phrase money laundering is meaningless when it isn't further defined. I would ask you all to discuss with your law enforcement contacts, particularly serving law enforcers in all countries and particularly in continental Europe, where I believe the Germanic legal system is particularly ill-suited to making the leap into proactive prevention, largely because of civil rights and privacy reasons. That is why I've been raising the alarm about EPPO and AMLA. It needs to be watched like a hawk, and cooperation needs to be extremely sensitive in looking at what can be done and what cannot be done by those agencies and their international partners, which will particularly include the Five Eyes countries, both jointly and individually, but by no means only those. Great opportunity, potentially serious problems. Let's think, right, not about what crimes, what risks, what threats from authoritarian states and their in-country and external agents, which particularly includes criminal groups, private companies, above all logistical organizations and the associated financing of that, and key international trade hubs, is we need to think, let's look at what cannot be done by law enforcement and let's see how we deal with those issues, rather than restrict ourselves to what policemen can deal with, which is very often also what policemen are comfortable with. We need to say, right, we can't deal with this that way, so what are the other ways? Case studies for everyone to take in mind, I would argue, are Iran, the IRGC, and its links and roles in relation to heroin trafficking, and potentially now synthetic opioids, and the growing issue of methylamphetamines from or near Afghanistan, or indeed from Iran in its own right. Iran, the IRGC, again and again and again. And remember that Iran, like all the authoritarian states, has a huge trump card, that's not a pun, by the way, which has not yet been fully accounted for. Iran takes hostages, and liberal democratic countries with rule of law have not taken that into account. Certainly law enforcement has not taken that account. And of course, we see just today Russia's further detention of Evan Gershkovich of the Wall Street Journal, out and out hostage. And I will just, if I can show it up, I get it across here. As John has seen before, I am on the back cover of this book, and that's the back cover on Amazon, of Damian Lewis's Operation Relentless, which is a serious popular journalist telling the story of Victor Bout. Now, that is hostage taking par excellence. I would urge you all to follow that story, not just because I'm on the back cover. Case study 2, Venezuela, 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 and the Maduro regime. Look what it's just done last week. Massive diversion diplomatic effort threatening Guyana. Now, Venezuela is not just a transit country for drugs. We need to get away from seeing organized crime as almost entirely drugs. It's much more complex than that. Gold, precious metals, natural resources, above all, timber, fishing, and the networks that they provide, which can be used as proxies for assassinations, smuggling, you name it, and the financing around. I would urge everyone to particularly follow the recent case in the Irish Sea off the coast of the Republic of Ireland, where an ocean-going cargo ship was seized by the Irish authorities. It had transited from the Caribbean. I believe it had dropped anchor for some time off Venezuela, and the captain of the ship, who has been arrested, is Iranian. Now, given what the Iranian regime does to certain drug traffickers within its own country, it applies the death penalty widely. You have to ask the question, well, why is such a man taking such a risk when it could be very awkward for his family back in Iran? Maybe he's not taking a risk. And the other issues are very, very much targeted, organized migration crime and using migration networks as a weapon of hybrid warfare. That has been seen for many years at the Belarus borders with Poland and with Lithuania. I've seen those in person from the Middle East, particularly from the Syrian conflict. The fact that those people, those unfortunate people, are allowed to travel to countries like Russia and Belarus in itself says that is a weapon of hybrid warfare, creating unrest, because the fact that they're allowed to get on planes in Kurdistan to Minsk and then very quickly turn up at the Lithuanian and Polish borders tells you all to need to know. Cannot be tackled by just tackling the finances of the logisticians on the EU side of the border. Much, much more complex than that. And finally, as one which joins up just about everything, including China, regarding synthetic drugs, Hezbollah. Hezbollah in Lebanon, Syria, Iran, Captagon, synthetic drugs, weapons, and Venezuela. And a total chain of deep states using a proxy which provides deniability and cannot simply be tackled by law enforcement efforts, because this is the highest of high politics. Hezbollah, 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 Venezuela, Venezuela, Venezuela. And I think I've gone on long enough. I hope I've given you some food for thought. Who is going to tackle dealing with these things? Because it's going to be an all nations, all entities effort, diplomatic, political, economic, social, certainly information warfare. It is not going to be law enforcement alone, and it's not going to be legal restrictions alone. And as I perhaps haven't given enough attention to China, I would urge you all to watch the Chinese film Wolf Warrior 2, particularly a scene involving ships entering and leaving a harbor about half an hour into the film. It's not Sri Lanka, but it might as well be. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much, Ewan, for your great presentation. And now it's the question event. Please, any question for all of our great speakers? Who wants to start with the first question? So if no one starts, I will start, if I may. Ethem.
And now, thank you very much for being back. And I'm delighted to have you all here for the last panel of the day. And I'll hand over to our chair, Dr. Edwin Etziakofor.
Thank you very much, Professor Christian and Professor Sarah, and for everyone that has joined us for this wonderful session. We are continuing the discussion on addressing hybrid warfare in Europe and beyond. And in this session, we have a few speakers that will also be doing justice to the topic. We have Dr. Scott Romaniuk and Peter Martin. Dr. Scott is from the University of South Wales, and Peter is from Corvinus University, Budapest. Dr. Scott is a Newton International Fellow at the University of South Wales, while Dr. Peter is an Associate Professor at the Corvinus University of Budapest. We also have Atakan Yilmaz, who will be looking at challenges in deterrence strategies for hybrid threats and alternative approach to restricting cyber threats. Atakan is a PhD researcher at Galatasaray University and a research assistant at Bahasa University, sorry if I pronounced it wrong, as well as a visiting doctoral researcher at the University of South Wales. We also have Tejusvi Shukia, is a research fellow at the Center for Indian Knowledge Systems, Chanakya University. And he will be looking at understanding cognitive warfare from an Indian perspective. And then we have Apan Chakravarti, who will be looking at experiences of lawfare perspective from India and on China in the global south.
Sorry to just, Edwin, just a little update. Unfortunately, Arpan is the speaker who dropped out, so he's not able to join the session.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. And then we have Dr. Chris Stoddart, who is also an associate professor for cyber threats in the School of Social Sciences and a member of the Cyber Threats Research Center at Swansea University. He will be looking at hybrid warfare without boundaries. I think we also have Arushi Singh, who is a geopolitical analyst involved in the consortium of Indo-Pacific researchers. He will be looking at prevailing mountain warfare in the Middle East, PKK and AQAP as cases in point. I think that's all we have, and without wasting our time, I would give floor to the first speaker. And the first speaker is Dr. Scott Romaniuk.
Okay, thank you very much for that really nice introduction. And thank you to the organizers for putting this together and fitting this into this presentation into a very good panel. And the concept of grayness and fuzzy boundaries, I think reflects very well the content of our research. Allow me a minute, please, to share the screen. All right. Okay, we're good. Everyone can see this?
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much for confirming. Our research is looking at the role of application of the structural concept of isomorphism in the interlinked proliferation of unmanned combat aerial vehicles and combat unmanned aerial systems. We call this reflecting insecurity. And we wanted to play on the idea of the reflection as a critical component to the isomorphism concept that we apply to our look at drones and counter-drone systems. Our use of the term insecurity with the in parentheses alludes to the potential security dilemmas attached to this and the ontologies of states that seek to incorporate drones and counter-drone systems for a variety of reasons that we'll look at into their security practices and their security structures. So first, I give an overview of what our research is asking. And this is building on previous work that we presented during the wonderful June conference held at Swansea that was hosted by Swansea University, South Wales, and organized by Professor Stoddart and Professor Christian Kaunert. I believe those are the main organizers. Maybe Professor Leonard was involved too, I'm sure. And there we were also speaking of a lesser developed version of our research. And the central research question has remained relatively the same. We're asking the relationship between UCAVs and SHORADs, or counter UCAV systems, short-range aerial defense systems, through the development of a couple of critical case studies. And we'll look at those, but I can say first and foremost that those primary case studies are the People's Republic of China, the United States, via Taiwan as well, and the Russian Federation. But those aren't the only cases that we're going to be looking at. Those are just the primary cases. And we're asking which states are the primary SHORADs actors sequentially as well, not just randomly, and which states prescribe and proscribe the development in this very complicated and indeed multifaceted networked relationship. And thirdly, a sub-question is by what means and methods these primary state examples are able to proactively act, as well as respond to further developments of SHORADs. Sorry. This message is set up. Okay. Methodological and research design. We're looking at a qualitative investigation and exploration using a variety of primary sources, but secondary sources as well. We have to rely on gray literatures and secondary sources to take a look at some of the developments in weapons technology and weapons use, which isn't always made privy to public knowledge, and at least in its fullest. This is going to involve, or has been involving, a qualitative content analysis, and we're also adding the additional method of process tracing to this to help map out and draw connections, deeper connections into the evolution, the developmental changes that we can unearth through respective state and military cultures and practices. The cases, as I mentioned already, have involved three primary countries. The first is the People's Republic of China, which arguably most recently spearheaded. I'm cautioning myself to use the word spearheaded, but at least the most active in the development of SHORAD systems, followed by the United States, which once had an interest in the development of SHORADs, but that fell by the wayside during the 1990s. And only revived after the PRC showed initiative in this area, as well as the Russian Federation. The Russian Federation comes into play because of its invasion of Ukraine and the war that's going on there. Additional cases involved what we would refer to as, because we're dealing with norms, we're calling these champion states, those states that are championing the initiatives of the primary cases, anywhere from Turkey to Australia, which have provided a large quantity of drones in various forms, to the war in Ukraine, the United Kingdom, Canada, Iran, obviously, to name some of the championing state actors, but we also have championing non-state actors, violent non-state actors such as the Taliban, Hamas, Al-Qaeda, etc., all of which are playing a role in contributing to SHORAD's development and practices and indeed cultures by playing around with their own variations of SHORAD systems. So a brief overview of what exactly we mean by SHORADs. In this case, in our research, we're referring to low altitude air threats that were once perceived to be or treated as these fixed wing ground attack aircraft, helicopters, these older systems that we see during the Cold War that have since evolved. These were once classified and referred to as low altitude air threats, but then since that time, military technology has developed into newer, more advanced systems, cruise missiles, and then eventually unmanned aerial systems that proliferated from two primary actors, Israel and the United States, using their unmanned systems. It's taken some time, a few decades, through the development and advancement to the point where we're have seen a movement away from incoming shells and missiles may be observed and tracked, fought with, and just destroyed, and meeting this with a change in the type of counter systems that are used. Mortars, artilleries, their shells, rockets have long since been the main threats on the battlefield. They continue to be the main, some of the main threats on the battlefield, but these are supplemented now by newer threats, newer challenges that are giving rise to a counter-revolution, revolution, and developmental changes. Difficult to know which words to use precisely, depending on what temporal scope we're speaking in. And those are the results of the changes are feeding into the emergence of SHORAD systems and their use on the battlefield. That unites to address some of these newer, more challenging low-altitude air threats, UCAVs, drones, armed drones. The rationale behind this, we can at least point back to since 2005, noting quite a considerable rise or an escalation in the potential risks posed by air and missile platforms that have started to pose a serious threat to ground forces. That's some time ago now, and the new threats posing much more problems for ground forces have drastically evolved to the point, particularly in the case of the Russian-Ukraine war, where we see entire tank crews and tank systems being taken out by maybe $15 worth or $20 worth of resources. Very difficult to replace and costly in terms of the loss of lives, irrespective of which side they're on. The employment of unmanned aerial systems, we note at the same time, has experienced a major change, a major surge, and these systems have been effectively used by both sides, the Ukrainian military, the Russian military, supplied by those championing states and those primary case studies in our research in their war in Ukraine. So what we're doing is analyzing the development of SHORAD systems, essentially in response to the changed nature or character, whichever word we want to use, of air combat, air warfare, air interaction, which I emphasize seems mostly due to the introduction of drones. That's if we process trace back to the introduction of drones in the battlefield and the first used in Afghanistan against the Taliban, Al-Qaeda. And since we see a developmental change in which the responses have incorporated different threats and different systems, and that's what we get into, and that's what we take a look at very deeply into our research and apply it to the isomorphism structure. So whether we're talking about a tactical level, the smaller stuff seen in Ukraine, or more a broader strategic level, the bigger stuff seen used by the United States, China, which it possesses, but interestingly enough, hasn't used against targets. this is the essence of our focus for our research. First, in our research, we note three actually, major changes that have taken place in aerial warfare. The first being the rise of unmanned aerial systems pertinent to the type of research that we're doing, in that we differentiate in the overall emergence of UAVs as three main dynamics. With respect to UAVs, we observe a process that started in the late 1980s and the 1990s, and we see this proliferated with the start of this century and used by two actors in general, specifically Israel and the United States. The United States using them to a far greater extent beyond its borders, unlike Israel, having used their drones. The process is the development of UAVs by large defense manufacturers, the cascade effect of the practice and the military resource itself, and the requests made by different militaries around the world and their partners. These systems, we can say, achieved some sort of quote unquote fame through their widespread use in the so-called 9/11 wars, the US-led wars, the targeted killing programs led primarily by the United States and Israel with their military drones. And in this, we're referring to the cascade effect. These systems were often operating in supposedly low-threat environments, or so-called low-threat environments, and were not foreseen for the use of high-threat environments or battlefields, but that has since changed. And as a result of this, we're also looking at the development of now counter-drone systems, which was then limited in interest because there simply wasn't the technological capacities or the inquisitiveness or the practice of attempting to or developing these counter systems. Mostly because the ability to use these systems, the military drones, was held in just a couple of the hands of a couple of militaries. The second change that we note is in the rise of UAVs, is in parallel to the evolution of the systems themselves, the military actors that are using them and are acquiring them. So in relatively short period of time, we saw the first generation of unmanned aerial vehicles research looking at just a couple of actors and looking at their use in a few fields and areas of operation. That proliferation and cascade has come to include multiple military actors such as Russia, China, Nigeria has acquired, Iran, and a whole range of countries have sought to purchase and incorporate a variety of drones into their arsenals. The three countries in particular that we're focusing on, US, China, and Russia, have explored the development of new generations of UAVs and by far have the most sophisticated capabilities, with China and Russia being certainly behind the United States, but China being ahead of Russia. We're also considering different capabilities such as stealth, increased radar capabilities, increased bomb payloads, etc., that have now become on par with more traditional manned military equipment and hardware. Here we want to take a look at a second trend involved in the development of UAVs and UAGS systems. That would be to operate in the high violence areas or theaters against targets that would basically have no means to defend themselves against such systems. And it's this mixture that we observe that gives rise to that reflective insecurity framing that we apply in our research, the isomorphism element. And in a very short period of time, we observed that counter-drone systems, counter UAV systems to SHORADs have really come to develop very quickly. These systems are unlikely to remain in the realm of so-called sophisticated military actors, and I use that term subjectively, whether we want to refer to the United States as a sophisticated military actor, certainly one that was whose efforts in Afghanistan were obliterated by a Toyota truck army, or by non-state actors such as Al-Qaeda, Hamas, whether we want to refer to them as unsophisticated or sophisticated, all of whom have the means in technical, technological, and financial sense to develop the next generation of UAVs and UAGVs and SHORAD systems. Changes in aerial warfare, 3, giving rise to unmanned aerial vehicles. We look at the simultaneous development that has so far remained relatively unobserved, at least academically speaking, with respect to the application of certain theoretical frameworks and analytical frameworks such as isomorphism. In this sense, we have to take into consideration the focus on the dual use of drones. That is, going from basically hobby drones that were very effectively repurposed for military objectives, such as ISR, and eventually small-scale offensive operations via small munitions. Ukraine is a great case example of this, where drones are repurposed for military objectives and applications. This trend was also seen amongst terrorist networks. ISIS did a great deal of work in this regard. Al-Qaeda was also tinkering with this, and Hamas as well. Again, I draw attention to this being most visible during the Ukraine war, where both sides, particularly the Ukrainian army, demonstrated a high degree of ingenuity and repurposing of its dual-use drones for its military applications. What we see here is effectively an extension of a battlefield into something that was once under surveillance 24/7 to something that now observes active threats 24/7. And at the same time, those 24/7 threats remain relatively invisible. Sometimes exposing themselves for sure, but still relatively invisible. What we draw attention to is the result of all of this, so sort of new phase of aerial-ish interaction, incorporating relatively cheap to conduct operations, low technological, financial cost operations with small drones, large drones, repurposed drones, and a whole spectrum of different drone hardware. All of these have become accessible to basically most military actors, including non-state armed groups. We apply this then to the structure of isomorphisms and the idea of developing counter systems. As with our second, but most specifically with the third development, we see a change in the dynamics of conflict, and here we apply most specifically our isomorphisms. Once a domain focusing on countering larger aerial threats, increasingly SHORADs, short-ranged aerial defense systems, now focus on threats that need to be countered, those smaller scale UAV systems. And this is where we see a very active synergy in the development of systems on both sides. And this is where we talk about, or we can highlight that reference to reflective insecurity. In essence, we're observing a logical cycle of innovation and development that take place between two things, UAVs and SHORADs that seek to react to the emerging threats. So the more active UAV development and application and testing and use becomes, the more active sorry, I was distracted by this comment. The more active the SHORADs development, tinkering application becomes. As well. So there's a very, one could say positive synergy, but a negative synergy, both, the term subjective. So we see the development of these two types of systems. One is non-armed that seek to capture these drones and counter them, effectively turning an enemy weapon into a new tool. Another is armed systems that seek to destroy UAVs as a result of the effective development of new SHORAD systems. This is where we illustrate our isomorphic cycle of military technology development, but not just technological development, practice as well, and culture. So I've mentioned the term many times. It's now probably ideal to really illustrate what I mean by these. We're looking at three different types of isomorphisms. The first is mimetic isomorphism. This is essentially referring to something that in times of uncertainty, there is a desire or a need or a propensity for institutions to embrace a quote-unquote standard or a prevalent or common approach to something. Basically, this is referring to copycats focusing on innovation and basically visibility. This is one form of isomorphism that's helping to develop this, this new practice, new standard, and push this whole process forward. To apply this to a real-world issue, this would be something like a struggling business or institution seeking to bring in a well-known name simply for boosting its name or reviving itself, or when one government implements a cultural policy or a policy that's supposed to help society, say, for example, hiring a specific skin pigmentation person just for visibility effects, then another government or another country or institution will do the same. Not for any kind of change, but just simply for visibility and showing. Coercive isomorphism, this results from both direct and indirect pressures that are exerted on an institution or a firm by other firms or institutions or entities, upon which the firms become then dependent. So they're actually compelled to, or in a sense, co-opted or coerced into meeting those expectations of a society in which that firm operates. DiMaggio and Powell are referring to firms in this case. We apply this coercive isomorphism to military institutions, so sort of as firms and their practices. So when one military institution uses something, there's an expectation and a dependency to adapt and to take on new practices as a response. Third isomorphism that we apply is the normative isomorphism, and that's referring to the change that's driven by a sort of professionalism or a professional practice, as well as the emergence of a quote-unquote legitimated professional practice that is the result of a pressure for an institution to take on this new thing, this new practice, and conform to it because their staff are able to extract or develop based on that a new sort of professional standard that can then elevate, guide, and lead their activities. This is very applicable to the military institution because it also relates to very strongly that cascade and that proliferation of the weaponry and the systems that are developed in order to meet. So in essence, what we're talking about is the establishment of a new acceptableism, a new norm or normalization of a certain practice. This relates very nicely to the use of drones, armed drones, where we saw in the case of the United States and Israel, the practice of targeted killing, for instance, involved sort of a hush-hush, not sort of, initially a very discreet, a very quiet use of targeted killing in drones to a cautious publicity about it, moving on down the spectrum to an outright popularity and proudness of conducting targeted killings without trying to cover them up whatsoever and showing why they're great. This is tied in intimately into this normative element of new practices, legitimated professional practices. Here I just present from DiMaggio and Powell their They're modeled for the different isomorphic pressures that we apply into our research. So we're looking at the different mimetic, normative, and coercive elements that are brought into this and applied to drones and counter-drone systems. This represents the essence of our research. We can take this into different directions, and eventually we will, carrying it forward into the idea of the role of artificial intelligence in isomorphisms and SHORADs, the IR theoretical realm, which would involve security dilemmas and different security theories, ontological elements and states, feelings of security and insecurity, and their relationship to isomorphic pressures, etc. So we have different plans to expand this in a variety of directions, but for now, we're focusing on these three isomorphic pressures in relation to drones and counter-drone systems and their developments. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm looking forward to some questions later.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you. That's wonderful. And we will go into the next presenter. We'll be taking on Atakan, who will be speaking on challenge in deterrence, strategies for hybrid threats, an alternative approach to restricting cyber threats. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction. By the way, can you see the presentation?
Please, could we make it 12 minutes, please? So that we have enough time to ask questions. Thank you.
Okay. By the way, can you see the presentations? Everything's right?
All good.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. So today I'm basically actually talk about the wider deterrence strategies are having a problem to prevent, especially like the hybrid threat, and also try to underline what are the main challenges of these deterrence strategies. And then based on the Chinese and United States espionage operations, based on this case study, I'll try to offer a new alternative approach. So, I mean, due to the previous panel, I mean, the distinguished speakers, distinguished panelists already mentioned about what is the definition of the hybrid threats, and they mentioned about the basic concepts about the hybrid threats. So that's why I will not mention about, again, the hybrid threats, but I just need to reemphasize that, as the Colonel James underlined that, I mean, in the gray areas, in the areas where the lines between the peace and war are so blurred, the cyber attacks are staying at the top of this area. So that's why today I'm generally focusing on the cyber threats, cyber attacks, not the other kinds of the hybrid threats. So also, I mean, when we look at the increasing number of the information and communication technology in the last years, and also the increasing number of the users of this new technological new technologies, I mean, it's unsurprising to expect that in the following years, these threats, these hybrid threats, will be increased enormously. So that's why I think that today's panel is so timely and so important. So that's why, I mean, we just need to talk about more about these hybrid threats, because they will be, I mean, they will continue to be in our lives in the following years as well. So, I mean, since these threats will be in our lives in the following years, so I think we should ask, how can the states counter these hybrid threats and basically the cyber attacks? So, I mean, there are lots of different solutions, different approaches against these hybrid threats, cyber attacks. But when we look at the states' approaches, also we can, when we look at the strategies of the organization like NATO strategies, I mean, they offer basically 3 steps: the preparing to these cyber threats, deterring the cyber threats, and defending if the deterrence is failed. But today, I will just only focusing on the deterrence strategies. So, I mean, when we look at the basic definition of the deterrence strategies, I mean, if you are from the Department of International Relations, probably you already know, but if you are from another department, let me just basically mention about the definition of the deterrence. I mean, deterrence theory, deterrence strategy is basically a psychological game, which basically persuading the opponents or rivals idea about the planned events cost of calculation, cost of like the benefits and the cost calculation of this. I mean, let me clearly explain. I mean, the change the mindset, change the calculation of the adversaries or rivals cost and benefit calculation in a way your desire. So in this way, you just try to deter the adversaries to give up its planned action. So, I mean, most of the time, the deterrence strategies are also like also mentioned with the nuclear deterrence strategies, because of like during the Cold War era, deterrence strategy was the main strategy of the superpowers. So that's why, I mean, since we call the Cold War, because there was no nuclear war or there was no war between two superpowers, it was regarded as a successful strategy. So because of this success, during the 1990s, like the early age of the cyber era, states, due to the fear of like the cyber attacks to the critical infrastructure, try to implement the deterrence strategies into the cyberspace. However, like due to the lots of difficulties, the challenges, I mean, many researchers, many experts believe that implementing these strategies into the cyberspace have like not feasible, not meaningful. I mean, let me talk about what are the main challenges applying the deterrence strategies against this hybrid threats, against the cyber attacks. First of all, I mean, if you compare with the other attacks, other conventional tools with the cyber attacks, I mean, first of all, it is even difficult to identify that there is a cyber attacks in your system, or, I mean, most of the time you cannot even know you are being under the cyber attacks because of the design of the cyber attacks. I mean, like in order to detect, to realize you have been under the attack, there must be some anomaly in your system. If everything goes well, and if there's just green lights, it's impossible to realize you have been under the attack. So this is the first reason. Secondly, let's say you somehow find out you have been under the attack, and then second difficulty is, I think, one of the most great challenge of the cyber attacks is attributing who conducted these cyber attacks. So of course, I mean, you can have some belief that that threat actor can be conducted the cyber attacks. However, due to the nature of the internet, which, I mean, due to the design of the internet, which favors the secrecy rather than the security, and also due to the technological limitation and due to the low cost of entry into the cyberspace, which means there are lots of different state and non-state actors, to detect, to identify, to attribute the threat actor is problematic. So let's say you also attribute to the cyber attacks, then you have another problem, which is the proportional response. I mean, for instance, if you want to give a proportional response to the attacker of the cyber attacks, like cyber attacks are not similar with the conventional weapons. Like, for instance, if you attack with the conventional tools, you can calculate the possible impacts of these tools. However, let's say, for instance, the bomb. When you drop the bomb, you can calculate the exact casualties, for instance. But due to the nature of these cyber attacks, you cannot be sure like the effect of the cyber attacks, the response, like the proportion. Maybe it can cause more damage, which can risk the escalation, which can cause the risk of escalation. Or on the other hand, like due to the nature of the cyber attacks, which means, I mean, in order to conduct the cyber attacks, you have to have some vulnerabilities of the targets. So when you decided to conduct the cyber attacks, maybe that vulnerabilities will be fixed by the defender state. So that's why your response can be remain limited, which damage, which danger the credibility of their response. So that's why to send the credible signals, credible threats to the adversaries is problematic with the cyber tools. So because of these reasons, many scholars and many experts believe that cyber deterrence strategies are not applicable to the cyberspace and the hybrid threat. So that's why many, especially like the many scholars in the European Union, propose the resilience strategies against the cyber attacks. And also in the United States, there is a right now increasing trend in terms of the strategy, which is defending forward strategy. And also there are alternative deterrence strategies like cross-domain deterrence, punctuated deterrence, cumulative deterrence, and so forth. But although these proposals, although these new approaches insightful ideas, insightful strategies, but I think all these strategies have some missing minor but crucial points. So what is this crucial point? So when you look at the data sets, which just shows the significant cyber operations, I take this data set from the Council on Foreign Relations think tank. So when you look at the data set, you see that majority of the cyber attacks take place in the form of the espionage operations. But majority of these approaches focusing on the sabotage attacks and the data destruction attack, which creates the threats directly to the critical infrastructure of the system. So the general trend in the literature focusing on the cyber attacks which take place in the rare number. But on the other hand, when we look at the data set, we see that majority of the cyber attacks actually take place in the espionage operations, and the espionage operations are the type of the cyber attack which is really, really difficult to prevent these attacks. So I believe that, if we just propose the theories just on focusing on the preventing approach, like in the era of the Cold War era, it is almost impossible to find a solution for the espionage operation with this mindset. So that's why I believe that we have to change our mindset in here in respect of the espionage operation. So in order to find a solution, in order to develop some alternative approach, I try to analyze the data sets. And when I try to data set, I came across that majority of the cyber attacks take place between the United States and China. And majority of these cyber attacks between two countries are also take place in the forms of the espionage operation. So in order to find a solution, I just try to first analyze the trends, the cyber attacks between two countries. So in order to also increase the credibility of my analysis, I also use another data sets, and I compare these two data sets with each other. And then when you look at the graphs, you see that there is a significant increasing and decreasing in the 2014 and 2016. So when we look at these figures, this line of the graphs, we see that in the 2015, something happened between these two countries, and or maybe not in the 2015, but end of the 2014. Something affect these two countries' relations, and something affect the number of the cyber attacks between these two countries. So that's why I thought if I can find what happened in the 2015, which affects this increase or decrease the cyber attacks, maybe we can find also the solutions against the espionage operations. So in this respect, when I just checked all the events between two countries in 2015, I came across with this agreement, which is the United States and China agreement on the cyber attacks. Based on this agreement, two countries agreed on the not knowingly or, two countries decided that they will not support or conduct cyber-enabled theft. In other words, they decided not to conduct or support the cyber espionage operations. So because of this reason, I thought that the diplomatic initiative, diplomatic tools, maybe the response, maybe the answer to our question. However, we had no chance to just follow this trend, because just short amount of time later, Donald Trump became the president of the United States. Since he became the president, he completely changed the foreign policy of the United States towards the China. I mean, instead of the diplomatic tools, his government, his policymakers changed the perception of the China, changed the policy direction pathway from diplomatic initiatives, diplomatic tools, to the economic tools. Why economic tools? I mean, from the diplomatic tools to economic tools, then why there is a this kind of policy change in the United States? The answer is actually easy. I mean, it's not hard to predict, because when you look at the discourses of either Trump's discourses or either for Mike Pence's discourses, I mean, probably you will easily see that always there is a connection between the economic growth and the military growth from the realist perspective. So basically, in the eyes of the United States administration during the Trump era, they accepted that, like, due to this cyber theft, cyber espionage operations, the companies, the Chinese companies, have great benefit from this cyber espionage operations, and these operations help these companies to grow. And with this growth, this technological development of these companies, they could increase their sales in the global market. So which means it's increased their sales, and then it increased their market value, and it increased the economic growth, and then in the long term, it will increase, it will strengthen the power of the military of the China. So that's why they changed the structure, they changed the approach to the China, and also in 2018, United States give up the deterrence strategy as a main cyber strategy, and instead they adopted the defend forward strategy, I mean, which is actually the result of the cyber persistent approaches, which developed by the Fisker and Harknet in the United States. So based on this approach, instead of the United States trying to prevent the cyber attacks, they changed their mindset. So this mindset, basically, instead of preventing the cyber attacks, they focusing on the limit or restrict the advantages that gain from these cyber espionage operations. In other words, instead of producing cyber policies, they just change the dynamics. They just focusing on the other conventional tools. So in this regard, instead of the diplomatic approaches, they just focusing on the economic tools. And for instance, in the 2018 United States, how can I say, like, enabled some sanction, imposed some sanction on the import of the Chinese tools, and also United States ban the Huawei products, for instance. I mean, why the Huawei? Of course, there are lots of reasons, but most of the policymakers in the United States believe that Huawei is one of the beneficiaries of this cyber espionage operations. And since we cannot prevent the cyber espionage operations, so we can prevent the net advantages of the cyber espionage operation. So that's why they banned to make the cooperation with the Chinese companies, which is the Huawei. In this regard, any United States company cannot make any business contract with the Chinese company, which is the Huawei. So which means that since the Huawei phones, my smartphones, are using the Android operating system, after this ban, after this sanction towards the Huawei, these smartphones cannot use the Android operating system, which means that these companies' smartphones the sales of this company's smartphone will decrease, because in the global market, no one preferred to use the Huawei phones, which have no, like the either iOS or either Android operating system. So that's why instead of preferring to this company's devices, they prefer to another company's smartphones. So based on this sanction, when we look at the results, for instance, in the 2019, many people were expecting Huawei to surpass to the Samsung. But when we look at the 2001, we see that the number of the Huawei phones sales decrease from this level to this level. So in this respect, when we look at these United States cyber espionage cases, all these results indicates that I think one of the first important factor to counter the hybrid threats, especially for the cyber espionage operation, I think first we have to identify what is the motivation of these cyber operations, cyber espionage operations. So in order to identify better, I think the best way is to diplomatic tools. Because I mean, even if the countries cannot reach some agreement over the cyber espionage operation, at least they can define their motivations by conducting this kind of the operations. So let's say, for instance, in the 2015, if there was no diplomatic tools between two countries, maybe United States could not understand better to the motivation of the China. So the second one is we have to increase the transparency between business sector and the states, because most of the time states, the business partners, the companies are hiding the cyber attacks which target their systems because of the fear of losing the customer. So if the communication between business and the state sector will increase, I mean, also it will increase, identify the cyber attacks.
Conclude now.
Sorry?
Start to conclude, please.
Yeah, this is the last sentence. So second one is, I mean, especially against the restriction, especially espionage operations, I mean, the prevention methods are not applicable, because I mean, there is no right now, we have such kind of a technology to prevent that espionage operation. Instead, I think we should change our direction from preventing cyber attacks to the prevent or the restrict to the gain which stem from that cyber attacks. In this way, maybe we can find a solution against these hybrid threats. So in order to find a solution, that's why we have to use both cyber tools and conventional tools. In other words, we have to use the hybrid tools against these hybrid threats. So I think that's all. Thank you for your listening, and you are welcome to ask a question in the later section. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, Arushi Singh. Arushi Singh, could you take stage, please?
Oh, yes. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. I'll just share my PPT.
12 minutes, please.
Okay, sure. I'll keep that in mind. Is my screen visible? Is the PPT visible?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you for confirming. I'll just start. So first of all, thank you so much. I would really like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to present my research. So my name is Arushi Singh. I'm currently a geopolitical risk analyst, and I also work with a consortium of Indo-Pacific researchers. So the topic of my research is the prevailing mountain warfare in the Middle East, PKK and AQAP as cases in point in Yemen and Iraq. Now, so first of all, we have to understand why this topic is so important. So Turkey has conducted ground operations in mountains in northern Iraq. So this becomes particularly important as these are cross-border operations, and this has been done despite there being a lot of opposition from Baghdad. So this can emerge as a particularly important issue going forward in IR. And it has not only targeted PKK, it has also targeted various other organizations such as SDF, YPG, which it considers to be the sister branches of PKK. And it is not only one operation, these are multiple operations over the course of multiple years. So they have like Operation Claw Tiger, Claw Eagle, Claw Lock, Claw Lightning, Claw Thunderbolt. So you have multiple operations going on. So there is a vast impact of it. And there's also a lot of collateral damage from it. And of course, as Turkish forces are operating in another country, there is limited liability and there is a lot of risk of collateral damage. So this is why it becomes very important to understand this kind of mountain warfare. And also because this becomes very destructive as there are a lot of caves involved. So it becomes very difficult to understand who is there and to have a kind of accountability. And this is also why this kind of warfare is also very effective for a lot of groups that are considered to be violent on-state actors. So pretty interestingly, AQAP in defense or in order to defend itself, it has also started a counter operation. It's called so it's pretty interesting. So you have on the one hand a lot of organizations, right? You have the Saudis, the Houthis, and of course the UAE-backed Southern forces trying to really work against this group. And then AQAP also comes out with its own counter operation. So this becomes really important to understand. And these operations are being conducted in this terrain, which is very problematic and very difficult to navigate. So it becomes very important to assess what kind of operations are going on in this region. And of course, in Yemen, you also have a humanitarian crisis. So that also becomes very important because AQAP has been providing very basic essential services that the government should be able to provide. And now as the government is not able to provide, it offers this kind of niche for this group and then also provides a kind of base. So it can find refuge there and then the locals help them. So it just becomes a kind of a very vicious cycle. And of course, then you have a lot of other forces that are operating there. You have the Presidential Command Council forces are there. Then you have the UAE-backed Southern Transitional Council is there. Then the Islah Party is there. Interestingly, AQAP has shown some kind of they have tried to work with these forces, but now there is also this kind of fighting between these forces. So UAE-backed forces and Saudi-backed forces are trying to fight with each other as their supporters are seeing a lot of enmity between themselves. So you have this kind of quagmire going on there that is very important to assess. Now, the interesting part is AP has really worked with these kind of government forces before against Houthis. So Houthis basically don't consider or are very against AQAP. So first of all, there is this foundational problem. So AQAP regards Houthis as apostates because of the religion they practice, and this is something that AQAP is against. But interestingly, on the ground, the realities differ and they have worked together. And this is not like just something that is very small on a small scale, but Houthis have actually provided drones to AQAP to target the forces that are UAE backed in Yemen. So you have so many different kind of permutations and combinations going on there that are very important to assess. The other thing is the survey of literature. So the first one that is very important is we don't fight the mountains, we fight an adversary. So this is very important to understand. So even instead of working against a terrain, you're fighting an adversary. So that becomes very important, trying to understand what kind of resources are available to our adversary, what kind of funding is available to them, what kind of skills they have, or what kind of skills they can develop. So this becomes very important. And also we have to understand, while in non-state actors, they are essentially learning organizations. They learn very fast and they learn from each other. So they can develop tactics. So this is what we are seeing. We are seeing Houthis and AQAP learn from each other in these terrains. So we have to really assess our adversary to be able to fight in this mountainous terrain. The other thing that comes up is how to hold something. So even though we see a lot of fighting going on, so this was one of the major problems in Afghanistan as well. We saw Al-Qaeda fighters hiding there as well in Bora Bora caves. So now the problem becomes, even though you have conducted a lot of strikes, how to hold these positions. So Turkey is doing something that is very interesting. So it is expanding its bases and outposts and really establishing military bases. And interestingly, this is in Kurdistan. So that is again a very problematic area, just because what is going on between the federal government and of course KRG. So you have so many different things going on that really make having a very interesting or very important or very effective counterterrorism strategy very difficult to implement on the ground, and particularly for long periods of time, so that it will sustain itself. So this is also something that has to be understood. The other thing is, when we take into account AQAP and what it is doing in Yemen. So it has been there for like 10 years now. So that is a long period for a violent non-state actor to persist in an area. And even though it is facing problems and opposition from multiple groups there and supported by a very powerful backer, still it has been able to sustain itself. So that shows that there is a lot of support there, public support. So that is also very difficult to counter. So there are reports that counterterrorism strategies in mountain warfare should include information warfare by government forces. So that also becomes very important to assess, because there are ethical concerns regarding that. And AQAP remains entrenched in Al-Baida, Abyan, and Shabwa. So these are all mountainous regions. So it becomes very important to assess how it is really persisting there. So what was the research gap? So one of the most important research gaps that I found was the evolving tactics and strategies. So as I said, these are learning organizations. They learn very fast. They adapt very fast. Basically, they innovate very well. So it's very natural that a research gap would develop as new weaponry and arms come into play. So these were my research objectives. I will talk about them as I go. So this was the methods that I use, research findings. So first of all, the first objective was understanding the geopolitical and historical context that has basically shaped mountain warfare in the region, and that has really led to a prevalence of mountain warfare in the region. So in Libya, during the civil wars, there was really mountain warfare that was conducted in the region. So that's very important to take into account. Then during 2014, when Islamic State was there in Iraq, and it was working, and there was this counterterrorism campaign with multiple coalition forces that was going on Iraq. So that was also conducted as part of mountain warfare. Now, as we come into post-Arab Spring disorder, you have this terrain, and you have a lot of violent non-state actors using them. So it becomes very important to assess this. Now, as Turkey is aiming to become an assertive regional player, it has really boosted and amped up its mountain warfare capabilities. Now, interestingly, Iran-backed Shia militias also come into play, and we also have to assess how these forces are able to use them. But we also have to see that mountain warfare really requires regional allies. So on the one hand, violent non-state actors such as AQAP and PKK, they have support from the public there, so the citizens there, that are normally ignored by the government, and or there is a very prevalent perception that the government is not looking after their interests. So they receive support from there. But now, Turkey is receiving support from Kyrgyzstan Democratic Party. So we can see how different the bases of support are. And these also really come into play when we have to look at mountain warfare, because you have to protect your supply lines, and because you also have to sustain this campaign that requires a lot of outside support. And interestingly, now, as we are seeing a lot of drones come into play, we are seeing a lot of targeted attacks. These require intelligence on the ground. And again, you need these from citizens, or you need this from an opposition party that is very well entrenched in the area. So again, you have a lot of geopolitical issues cropping up, because the realities on the ground really make a lot of allegiances come into play that will affect how we can gain intelligence, and how a lot of forces like the Turkish forces are gaining their very credible intelligence on the ground. The other thing is great power rivalry. So now we see that the focus is shifting, but mountain warfare persists. So this has to be taken into account, that despite this focus and resources shifting, great power rivalry coming into play, this has not really diminished the importance of mountain warfare. Now, the second of my objectives, this one focused on what were the contemporary strategies and the tactics that were being employed by these militant groups within the mountainous terrain, and also what were the countermeasures that were being really worked on by the security forces. So we have to understand, just because of the geography, that every strategy has to be very tailor-made and very specifically designed to be able to work for any particular violent non-state actors. It's very difficult to copy paste from one another, and I don't think it works very well. So the first thing that AQAP, for instance, finds in this mountainous area of Abyan, it's refuge and regrouping. So basically, at one point of time, a few years ago, they were going ahead and they wanted to really focus on northern Yemen, but the forces there were so very, very strong, and basically AQAP was pushed back. Now it's very focused on the southern area. And this is where the mountainous region of Abyan, Mudia is. And this is where a lot of attacks are taking place over territory. But the group still finds refuge and an opportunity to regroup there. And AQAP has also been able to innovate a lot. So interestingly, a few years ago, one of its chief engineers was killed in a drone strike. But still it was able to access, and still AQAP has been able to access drones, but from mountains. So normally what we see is AQAP, even though there are some reports that there are thousands of recruits of AQAP there, but still the manpower is pretty low if we compare it to the other forces operating in the region. And one of the advantages of mountain warfare is this kind of vantage point, or you have the higher ground. So basically they can use these drones to target forces like the Shabwa defense forces that are aligned with the STC, which is of course backed by the UAE, and who prefer the secession of South Yemen. And of course, AQAP is not in favor of STC. So AQAP uses variety of attacks, for instance, IED attacks, vehicle IED attacks, ambush. So it's for its campaign, it has been really using tit for tat tactics. So if one of its members are killed, it would try to kill them, kill maybe the commander or other officers of STC forces, the Shabwa forces, PCC forces. So we have seen these kinds of tactics, and just because of how mountain warfare is structured, it is also using sniper attacks. But there is also this access to very high-powered weapons such as Grad missiles and mortar shells. But we also have to understand.
You have 2 minutes more, please.
Yes, I'm just hurrying through it. Of this working relationship with the Houthis and STC, just something that I spoke about. Now the PKK, so basically it sees shelter in the mountains, and also it has access to water. Now, interestingly, the terrain is structured in a way that you can use the mountains to go from one place to another. So that has been very important for the PKK. And of course, the Turkish forces have been using military bases, their intelligence. MIT has also been using these bases to conduct strikes in cave shelters and depots. And of course, there are multiple in multiple operations it has conducted. It has used special forces and commander units after doing an attack, and then using helicopters to just really drop in and just clearing out a lot of places. But of course, this makes maintaining any kind of base is very difficult. So you have that back and forth again. But in any kind of sustained bombing campaigns, you see a lot of collateral damage, which again just provides an opportunity for PKK forces to gain more of support from the locals. But PKK has also tried to really do a lot of attacks, for instance, that were in Turkish soil itself. That again saw a resurgence from Turkish forces. But again, we have to understand the mountainous region is really a refuge for PKK right now, as it's being pushed back from a lot of its operational area by the Turkish forces currently. Now we have to understand in Yemen that as AQAP has regrouped, now its future really depends on Houthi and Saudi negotiations. So even though it's working with Houthis right now, if there is a negotiated peace agreement, it's very likely that the Saudis will push Houthis to really expel a lot of AQAP fighters. But as there is already a working relationships, there is likely to be a pushback from Houthis who can use this as a chip during negotiations. But in the long term, it's very likely that Houthi and AQAP will not work together, and there will be a lot of friction going forward in the relationship. So these were the mountains. So we can see this is like a very strategic place where these kinds of mountains are placed. So this again becomes very important to understand. Now the future implications of warfare, mountain warfare on regional stability and security. So it's very technology dependent right now. You have to conduct a lot of surveillance and reconnaissance operations to really root out all the militant and insurgents. There is a risk of collateral damage, perceptions and goodwill are damaged. But again, we are seeing a lot of resources being put or the focus being really not pushed into pursuing and really having mountain warfare that sustains, mountain warfare operations that sustains. There should be more resources given there, but the focus has shifted right now. So this can lead to a kind of negligence that we see, and that can be problematic for Turkey in its quest to sustain whatever successes it has had in Iraq on rooting out PKK, and of course even AQAP. So there is this belief that maybe there could be this kind of peaceful coexistence, not peaceful, but there could be a coexistence between Houthis and AQAP, but it's pretty unlikely in the long term. Now the conclusion. So yeah, okay, yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a wonderful presentation. Without wasting any time, we move to understanding cognitive warfare from an Indian perspective. Tejusvi Shuka, sorry for jumping you before. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Namaste. Thank you so much. I'll just share my screen. Is my screen visible?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. Okay. So let me show this. Is it visible?
Something is happening, yeah.
Is my screen visible?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. Believing that my screen is visible now. I first of all thank the organizers for organizing this wonderful conference. And since we have touched on a number of aspects of hybrid warfare, I would like to discuss the issue of cognitive warfare in through my presentation today. And if I may say so, cognitive warfare forms an integral element of all aspects of hybrid warfare. At the very outset, before beginning, as my title says, understanding cognitive warfare from the ancient Indian perspective, there are two things I would like to note. One, that cognitive warfare is not a new phenomenon. It has existed since times immemorial. However, it is only the development of technology that has made it more wide and penetrable in terms of impact, and we can say more disguised in terms of its form. And the second thing, that cognitive warfare is not limited to information operations, influence operations, cyber operations, or electronic operations. Cognitive warfare actually covers a much larger ambit and hence focuses on brain control. So it instead uses information warfare, influence operations as tools to make cognitions manipulated, to basically manipulate how a person perceives the world around them. With that, in today's presentation, I will be discussing the following agendas. It's going to be defining Kuta Yuddha or cognitive warfare as it is defined by Kautilya, 4th century BCE strategist, Indian strategist, in his treatise Arthashastra. I try to look at his directives in a 3-level model, and then we go to the lessons from Arthashastra. Kautilya, in his Arthashastra, mentions 4 kinds of warfare broadly, namely the Pratyaksh Yuddha, which is open warfare. There's Mantra Yuddha, which is war by counsel or diplomacy. There's Good Yuddha, which is clandestine warfare or assassinations and covert operations by the intelligence agencies and military forces. And the 4th one is Kuta Yuddha or cognitive warfare, which deals not only in terms of filling up the power asymmetry between 2 parties, but also as an ongoing operation that kind of complements every military and non-military activity to in attaining national interest. So it says, Ekam hanyan va hanyadishu kshipto dhanushmata paragyanena tu mati kshipta hanyad garbha gatanapi, which says an arrow discharged by an archer may kill one person or may not kill even one, but the intellect operated by a wise man would kill even children in the womb. Taking from his directives in his treatise, I have tried to come at a 3-level model of engagement as to how we can systematically put cognitive warfare in terms of levels of engagement. There's 3 levels that I've looked at. That's public opinion, implementation machinery, and the third one is the key personality level. In terms of division of these 3 levels, this inverted triangle is reflected of 2 things. One, the numbers that are being targeted. So as we go down, with every level, the numbers decrease, with the largest one being in terms of the common population, common public. The next level being that of the implementation machinery, which deals with the military, the bureaucracy, the ministers, and other parts of the implementation machinery. And the third one comes in terms of the key personalities, in contemporary terms that can be translated as heads of state and heads of governments. The other thing that is reflected in this inverted triangle is also the percolation of influence. So if there is an influence that is occurring in the public opinion, and the public opinion has been cognitively impacted, the impact of that is percolated down to the implementation machinery. And when the implementation machinery is also impacted, a cumulative impact of the public opinion and the implementation machinery impacts key personalities and decision-making in states. In terms of the first level of engagement, if we look at through Kautilya's perspective, the common